evening, boys and girls, scholars and laymen. This is the Artivist, Brother Ron, also known as R2C2H2. We are here. April is National Jazz Appreciation Month, and we're all about that jazz here on We All Be. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Cat Daddy O. Oh, yes. And we got a great show. Waiting for Judge Joe Brown to check in so we could check out what's going on in this news cycle. And thank y'all. I've been getting a lot of great feedback. Thank you for your donations. I'm going to return. I'm just amazed at the people from all walks of life that truly appreciate We All Be. News, radio, and TV is news-free Dixie for the 21st century. I hope I'm coming in loud and clear. And also want to thank a supporter out there for getting me hip to this docu-series, Brother Cyan Jasmine. I think it's Cyan. I don't know how you say your name. You could just tell me, call me, whatever. The brother told me about this documentary about Daniel Green, the alleged and convicted killer of Michael Jordan's dad, James Jordan. Got a great documentary series called Moment of Truth, I believe. I believe it's called Moment of Truth. Let me check my Amazon Prime. I'm checking it out on Amazon Prime. So it's Moment of Truth. It talks about, Daniel Green, convicted brother. He's still a young black man in the penitentiary in North Carolina. They were trying to say that he killed Michael Jordan. I didn't know. Now I know Robeson County, where the murder allegedly took place. I knew it was corrupt. I had no idea how corrupt. Where they actually were assassinating judges. Like this brother named Julian Pierce, who actually was a Native American. He was considered Native American. They had a sizable so-called Native American population. Most of the homicides back in the day were of Native Americans. But I didn't know that they was out there assassinating people. It was running for office, like Julian Pierce, this judge who trying to clean it up. He was trying to be a reform judge. He wanted to expose the corruption because, Robeson County is on I-95, high drug trafficking corridor of the country. So Hubert Stone was known as a good old boy sheriff. Like his son actually killed a Native American. His son was a sheriff deputy. He actually killed this Native American under questionable circumstances and got away with it. So Hubert Stone was basically controlling the trafficking. You got to think about it. You need to go back to the civil rights movement. A sheriff in a county down south was like God. You was God if you was a sheriff in a county, especially down south, because you control everything. You actually controlled the crime. See, organized crime is really controlled by law enforcement. Let me tell y'all understand what I'm talking about. Organized crime is actually controlled by law enforcement. Malcolm did this speech one time. We talked about, where there's organized crime, where it's the highest concentration of police in any neighborhood or organization or area. That's where all the organized crime is located. Police control the crime. You remember if you ever look at The Wire, that brilliant series about Baltimore, under and overworlds called The Wire, used to come on HBO. They had that area of Baltimore called Hamsterdam, after Amsterdam, but it's called Hamsterdam with an H in front. And really, it was Chief Bunny Colvin, one of my favorite characters. He kind of came up with the idea, like, instead of trying to fight the crime, just control the crime. Let's not try to get rid of crime. Let's control the crime. So he created an area where it was safe for people to buy, sell drugs, use drugs, all that stuff. Basically, it was he had it under control. Then he got exposed. He lost his job. I think he lost his pension or a huge amount of his pension because of that situation. But thank you, Book of Rhymes. We love you madly for the donation, for your appreciation of my own version of Funky Tunes. I appreciate it. Like I'm saying, I'm just I encourage people right now, especially black people. We got to step out of our comfort zones. If we can't do things the same way and expect different results. We can't, unless we're practicing on something. But I think if you're not ready for freedom, then take that word freedom out your vocabulary. If you're not ready by any means necessary, if you don't mean by any means necessary, then take that out of your vernacular. Don't say stuff you don't mean right now. Because talk is cheap. You know what I'm saying? My man's damn talking cheap. You heard me? I don't know what you're talking about, but I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, man, get at me, dog. You know, it's like with DMX, man. Like it hits different for me. Like I was really hurt about the passing of Tupac and even Nipsey. I was not a big Nipsey Hussle fan. I still don't really listen to his music that much, but I love his inspirational spirit, his motivational spirit. I love his intentions. But with Pac, that hurt me because, you know, they took Pac out of here. This year will be the 25th anniversary of Tupac leaving us. I can't believe it will be 25 years in September. I still can't believe it'd be 20 years for Aaliyah in August. I can remember where I was at when I heard the news about both of them passing away so unexpectedly. So, and a lot of us thought that Tupac was going to make. I remember when he got shot in Vegas, going to school that Monday, and we was joking in homeroom. Oh man, Pac gonna be rapping. He gonna be like Mr. Potato Head in a jar or something like that. He gonna be pieces of Tupac in a jar. He's just gonna be dropping albums. And then that Friday came, and it was a shock to the system, man. I remember where I was at. I was actually going home. My mom was driving us home, me and my sister and my brother. And it was right at the gate by a townhome. It was right almost at the gate entrance. Then the radio was interrupted with the news that Tupac passed away in Las Vegas. And my mom instinctively, like, without me telling her, said, Ron, I'm gonna take you to Target. Target was right next door to us. Mama turned the car around, took me to Target, and I rushed to the music section and got the last copy of All Eyes on Me that was available, you know, in the stands. Like it was the last copy, like it was just meant for me, just for me. You know, it was just meant for me. So I got that copy. I listened to Tupac all weekend, trying to decipher hidden messages. We ain't hard to find, all this stuff. Like, oh, he already knew. No. He already predicted his death, and I was talking to my co-workers. I was working as a bag boy at Cecil's grocery store out there, Kirby Parkway. You know, Cecil's, it was a Memphis institution. This store been around, this grocery store chain been around since before the Civil War, and now it no longer exists. It was family owned, all this stuff. But anyway, I'm just trying to decipher all the Tupac stuff over the weekend. It just really hit different with DMX. I just feel more of it at peace with DMX because he was 50 and 50 is still young, but I think that all the stuff he was going to accomplish musically, he already did in terms of the hip hop and rap. And he got a new album coming out, of course, but it's like he's 50, right? And I look at, you know, Jay-Z is in his 50s now. Snoop is almost in 50, you know, Ice Cube, 50 something. I just wish DMX could have did more in terms of his talent. His vocal talent is amazing because he is just music and it's pure music. Because at first I used to think that he was trying to mimic Tupac because he just felt this, he was feeling this void that was left by the passing of Tupac. Because, you know, he had all I want is a 5-year run. All I want is a 5-year run. 5-year run. He said it out his own mouth. He just won a 5-year run. And from 1998 to 2003, he had one of the greatest 5-year runs in music history. In music industry history, number one, kept on going number one. It's gonna give it to you. It's gonna give it to you. Arf, arf. He gave it to us, man, and he put his body and soul into his music, man. That's why it's so amazing. Him and Tupac stuff are gonna live forever. So you know, you think about, man, you know, Jay-Z and DMX got a long history, right? And people, and that's why DMX was talking about in the verses, I want to take on Jay, Jigga, my nigga, rhyme on sight. People say he can't handle Jay. He could have handled Jay-Z. Because y'all saw that freestyle he did. Jay-Z tapped out. I love about Jay-Z, man. Even this is what Jay-Z, the stuff he did with Big L. And Big L, what a loss. What a loss. Big L. If y'all know who Big L is, y'all need to go Google him and listen to some of his stuff. His stuff was incredible. And I think Big L was in a group at one point with, was he in, y'all can correct me, all the hip hop heads, was he in a group with Cameron and Mace at one point? Murder Mace? I used to love Mace because if it wasn't for Mace, there'll be no Drake. Y'all think about that. Mace opened up the lane for Drake, and Drake is phenom. He's a phenom. He's in my top 10 now. Drake is in my top 10. I don't care if he got ghostwriters. Drake is like if Picasso was a rapper. That's who Drake is. If Picasso was a rapper, he would be Drake. If Picasso was a jazz musician, he would be Miles Davis. If Picasso was an R&B singer, he would be R. Kelly, because all of them represent versatility in their craft. They were very versatile. And R. Kelly still got stuff left in the tank. I mean, R. Kelly's in his 50s, I believe, but he still got stuff left in the tank. And free R. Kelly, because this is BS. If Woody Allen can still make movies, R. Kelly should be able to still make albums. That's how I feel about it. But Judge coming on, he just heating up his jalopy, his computer, because he don't. I hate the StreamYard. Goddamn StreamYard. I hate StreamYard. Goddamn Judge in the house. Judge in the house. Judge in the house. He'll be in the house eventually. Well, also, yeah, look at that documentary about Daniel Green. I'm starting to think he didn't do it. I'm starting to think he didn't kill Michael Jordan's dad. He took the fall for it. I didn't know how corrupt that county was, but it was assassinating political figures. Because the Julian Pierce character, he ran for office, they killed him, and then people still voted for him anyway. 62% of the votes were cast for him. 62% of the votes were cast for him. But he couldn't win because he's a dead man, so he couldn't take office. So they gave it to his to the incumbent, who was known as the hanging judge, this prosecutor that was known for sending folks to the gallows. I mean, he didn't give a damn. So he won anyway. That show you how people wanted to change. They were denied the change they were seeking. Because he was going to clean house, and the sheriff and them wasn't going. I'm not saying the sheriff did it, but the person who allegedly killed him killed himself at his father's home. This guy with the last name of Goins, he killed himself. How convenient. How convenient. Nobody brought that BS date. It was more to that. A lot of people thought it was political intrigue that got Julian Pierce killed. Even his girlfriend said that a witness off the record told her that they saw a sheriff car, a police car at the judge's home around 12:30 midnight, around the time he died. So nobody dies a natural death. You understand? Especially in politics or politics and show business. So yeah, Daniel Green, there's a petition out here. I might do a show about that because I actually, Daniel Green reached out. I'm sorry, a couple of shows ago, I kept on calling him. I called him Daryl Green a couple of times. I meant Daniel Green. I'm always good about that because people say, Ron, you can recall. I said, I recall. Sometimes I get stuff good fuzzy. It's human error. It's not by I'm trying to trick you all, mislead or disinfo or misinformation agent. I just have a lot going through my head. A lot of times it's like a jazz thing. It's a reflex. Like people throw a question at me and say, Ron, what do you think about that? And I try to go in my database. Oh yeah, this happened. Something similar happened back in 1898. Or this person, it's kind of like I did with DMX. I could see DMX being the Bernie Mac of hip hop, or the John Coltrane of hip hop, or who I said. Yeah, I can see him, or Howlin' Wolf of hip hop. And a lot of folks can't make those type of connections. People think, you just embellishing stuff. I mean, it's my opinion, but I could tie it in because all them people I mentioned with DMX, they were very unique talents, very distinctive voices. I mean, how Coltrane sound on saxophone? Nobody sounds like that, really. People try to sound like that, but Coltrane had something else going. It's like even with Louis Armstrong. Even if you compare DMX to Louis Armstrong, and Louis Armstrong had Louis Armstrong talk like this, his horns sound like him, and his trumpet sound was like nobody trumpet. Nobody sounds like that because, and the thing I love about black people is that we always do things incorrectly to get the correct response, to get the correct result. We do things incorrectly to get the correct result, and that's genius to me because, like, the way Miles Davis hold his trumpet, you're not taught to hold your trumpet like that. When he held his trumpet like this, you're not taught. You're supposed to hold, your chin. You're not taught to do like that, but that's how Miles played, right? You look at Louis Armstrong, his armature. Louis Armstrong's lips were jacked up. You ever look at pictures of Louis Armstrong's lips? They were all messed up. They were all mashed up, like a boxer. It's like he had a boxer nose for his lips because his lips were all mangled up for playing the way he played, hitting them high C's and all that stuff. Sometimes he'll take a knife to cut off the calluses on his lips. And he had to have surgery on his lips a lot of times because they were so damaged from the way he'd been playing. But, the way he played produced that certain type of sound. And really, not just the sound. Your sound is your signature. It's really your soul signature. Because you all, like Miles Davis and Louis Armstrong, they played trumpet, but they both sound different, like night and day. Or like Coltrane played the tenor saxophone. Sonny Rollins is great. He don't sound like Coltrane. I mean, he got his own sound. Like, you could tell the difference when you hear tenor saxophone players playing. Like, if I hear Coltrane's very different sound from Coleman Hawkins, very different sound from Lester Young, Wardell Gray, Dexter Gordon, All them guys, they were playing themselves. It's not about getting the perfect note. It's about playing you. It's about being you. Like when I do my artwork, I have a certain style that I do that's distinctive. Like people can tell, oh, that's brother Ron. He did that. That's his visual art because the way he did the eyes or certain things I do. See, you create your language, your vernacular, anything you do, your style. You know, so you got to be comfortable with you. Like Billie Holiday say, if you're gonna sing like somebody else, you don't need to sing because you're not being yourself. And that's how you make your unique contribution to the world. Just being you. It's not about being, I'm better than that guy, I'm better than her, or da da da. It's about really being in competition with yourself and also trying to find peace within yourself. Not trying to destroy your demons, not trying to hide your dark side, but embrace your demons, embrace your dark side. Like Dark Man X, I had different personalities, but I'm still DMX. I'm still Damien. I'm still Earl Simmons. It's me, this little all of me. All of me. Why not take all of me? All that shit. Okay? That's how you do it. That's the thing. You just be unique. You be you. And like I said, even it, like the Loneliest Monk once said, even it take you 20 years to get an audience, just keep on doing you. It's all about you. And that's how you make your contribution. That's what I love about jazz, because jazz is not just about playing chords and scales and trying to sound pretty. I remember reading the liner notes. I think it was Sketches of Spain. Was Miles Davis. Gil Evans. They did Sketches of Spain. One of them. I love Sketches of Spain. And Miles had a bunch of classically trained musicians in the studio playing with him. And you're trying to remind them it's not about getting the perfect note. It's about getting the essence. It's not about hitting the note right on the nose, but read about, like he said about Kind of Blue, one of my favorite albums. It's like, we almost had what we wanted, but the beauty is the pursuit of happiness. Like it says, it's the pursuit of happiness, right? It's not necessarily being happy, but it's the pursuit. It's more enjoyment in the journey than getting to the destination. And without further ado, speaking of the destination, Judge in the house. How you doing, Judge?
Hey, brother. What's happening, young man?
How's good?
How you doing?
Sunshine, man. It's good to see you. How you been doing?
I'll manage. I'm still breathing.
I see you looking good, man. You must be a couple hot dates or something like that. You got the mojo going.
Well, yeah, I got the second one of those shots, so
okay.
Maybe
and
I got a.
And this is not a deep fake,
bit of immunity.
Say it again, Judge.
Maybe for a little while. They tell you on that thing that they give you, the disclosure, said this is an experimental process. So there's no guarantee that you will get immunity, but it looks like you'll get some, and we don't know how long it'll last because it hasn't been around that long. So, I mean, I know it's experimental, but hell, back in the 60s, you got those notices. Greetings from your president. You are hereby directed to report to your local induction center for a pre-induction physical. Oh, hell, no. But rah, 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 up we go. So one thing or another.
Oh, yeah.
Besides, I ain't scared.
I think you ain't scared, Judge. You fearless, man.
Well, I'm like this. It's a matter of balances, If you catch this shit, you fucked up.
Yeah.
And people are, oh, man, you're going to die of a heart attack, man. They just lying talking about COVID because it was a heart attack. Well, a lot of folk that would still be around heart attack or otherwise without this. And I know, let's say 23 people so far that have caught it and survived, and 19 that died. So that's a considerable number of people. And the people that survived said it wasn't cool going through it. So I didn't have any reaction on the first shot, didn't have any on the second shot. We're both here in Memphis and Shelby County, and the lying bastards up there in D.C. are talking about this stuff is available. But I had to sneak around and try for 6 weeks until I stumbled on something out at Imani here, Reverend Bill Atkins' place, where 11 people canceled for that day. So I jumped in and I got it. And then I was supposed to be going a 180-mile round trip to get it, but I kept checking. And as I was looking at the screen, it says, we have 2 cancellations. I said, Zoom, let me get that one. And I did. It's only 5 minutes from the house instead of 180 miles away. But I looked up on that. So they did it orderly, quickly, and efficiently. but stuff's just not available because they were only giving appointments for the first 2 weeks of April, only for the first 2 weeks of March, first 2 of February. So the lying dog's talking about there's plenty to go around. They're just propagandizing because it's not. Well, let's put it this way. If you're in a state that went Democratic, then yeah, you can get it. California, they're inoculating from 15 up. Georgia, it's 20 and up. And in Tennessee, it's 55 and up. Yeah, okay. Anyway, I'm still breathing.
That's good to have you, Judge. There's so much to talk about in the news cycle. But you know what? It's interesting. I'm just thinking about this Hunter Biden thing now. People having buyer's remorse about not only the president, so-called elect, but also his son and his family. What's your thoughts? Because people have been talking about this for a long time, but it got suppressed during the election.
Joe Biden's been a low-down racist dog for the last 50 years. Dishonest, lying, cheating scoundrel. Get what you get. His son's a crackhead. You see that pictures going around him and all those messed up teeth before he got the dental work. That's crackhead. Crackhead move, I used to say. Doesn't sound like a crackhead move. Looks like a crackhead move. But anyway, it is what it is. So you got this floating around in charge. It is kind of crazy. The whole thing gets me. It's kind of like the folk who always got the ass whippings are in charge now. And they kind of got run home from school too much, too often. And they're the ones that think they've been bullied online. And it's revenge of the nerds at hand, man. Look at it. They're the Democratic Party now. These motherfuckers that done got their ass kicked. They taking revenge on all the normal folk, you know? Yeah, you know that song, Bad Boys, what you gonna do? I changed it around. House boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Your pimps disarming you, your ass they gonna chew. All you got's Air J's on your feet and too fat to run across the street. All you got is bling and your ass in a sling. You know, hey, that's the way it is these days. And we got the colored caucus going strong for they masses and pimps. Bitches running around. This old goddamn gay is pathetic. You know, not that it's your right to be gay, but I mean in the negative sense, you know, it's like, man, wow. Punk ass fools. Oh my God, we've got to get rid of all of these horrible things. And it's the same son of a bitches that run around talking about we got to defund the police. What the? I used to represent the grandfathers of some of these gangsters they got running around now. And I know how fucked up they are because they worse than their daddies and their granddaddies. And their great uncles. I mean, but you know, what you gonna do about this? And who's gonna keep the hood in line? Because everybody's supposed to punk out instead of manning up. You know, it's just like crazy. You know, like, oh my God, we have to have these people given the opportunities to get their free card. They're always like children. So let's let these pedophile tranny motherfuckers go talk to our babies in school. I went their right to get it on. God damn. You know? This is like, man, this is unreal. If they ever revive Twilight Zone, man, in another reality, they ought to do an episode on this shit, man. It's crazy. Man. Woo.
We troll heavy up in here, Judge. Got a lot of internet trolls up here.
What happened now?
I don't know. This campaign, I said I need to grow my beard or whatever. You know how these people are. You talking about bullying and whatnot, cyberbullying. It's like really intense right now.
Oh man, these motherfuckers are so punk ass. They think where it's gonna hurt somebody. We used to spend our time in elementary, junior high, and high school when we had a few months. Hey man, I don't say nothing, man. But when I was over at your house the other night, man, you was asleep, man. Your daddy was working the late shift, man. I don't want to say nothing, man, but don't tell your daddy when you got a new baby brother on the way, man. You know, man, I don't want to say nothing, man. At least my mama can get laid. Y'all, your mama so funky, man. Can't nobody come within 10 yards of that twat. That's why you ain't got but one other sibling, man. Your mama too funky to have more. You know, we used to do this kind of thing. Now they, oh my God, somebody bullied me online. And these punk ass troll motherfuckers, come on. I mean, it's interesting watching the internet where they can say it off at a distance.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, motherfucker, get up in my face and say it. You know, come here. I got something for your ass. You know, say it to me.
I don't even know they real people, Joe. I don't know these are bots or something, like Russian bots.
Well, it
or
may be bots, but you know, somebody set it up. AI ain't that tough these days. I mean, it can do some predictive shit on your cell phone and guide some missiles and artillery shells, you know, on a bomb or two. But bottom line is somebody's setting it up. Say, punk ass motherfucker, I'll jack you up. Come on. Your mama too. Throw granny in there, but she probably so ugly. Looking at your funky looking ugly ass, I can see you in my mind. I wouldn't want to fuck up with your goddamn dick. Because you ain't even got one. Because you want to cut it off and go switch the other way. You know, you like wearing them dresses. Mm-hmm. Punk.
Yeah, you know what? My thing, I try to practice freedom of expression. I believe in the First Amendment right for people to have free speech, but sometimes it's like, is free speech really free though? There's a price to be paid.
Not now. These punk ass nerds in the White House and their crew, and that's what's wrong with Biden. He's been a punk nerd his whole goddamn life. You piece of urban trailer park trash who's got filthy rich off of taking bribes because his whole adult life he's been on the government payroll. Now, how you get from government payroll to being a multimillionaire unless your ass is crooked? Hey.
But you think, like, is it the American people fault the things are the way
they got a saying about the American system. The people get the representation they deserve because they put it in office. And if you too stupid to run around and figure out what the hell's going on instead of going for all the slogans, you deserve it. And that's why I'm not upset about that Georgia shit about putting some sanity in registering to vote, because that shit they wanted anybody too easy. That like that Georgia shit where they had the same bully babe to put it together, C-grade wannabe actress. She had one for the women where she was talking issues and policies, and for the men it was take your booties to the poll. So they had all these, 1/3 of the people you saw on that were drag queens. Well, it's Atlanta, guess what? And that's what they wanted to appeal, and that's what's supposed to get somebody to the poll. Hell no, keep that fool away from the poll. He's likely to be like some dumb babe, vote for a chick flick matinee star instead of somebody who's got sensible policy.
Yeah. Well, you know what the thing about it is, I look at what's her name down there, Stacey Abrams, how she's a she-role for black people when she sold out to black folks.
Hey, she-role for me.
That's what they pushing.
That's what that media they control is saying. One of the things I learned 50 some years ago when I was studying propaganda is that the propaganda is really working when your landscape becomes the landscape of the propaganda, when your worldview becomes the worldview of the propaganda, you know, that Nazi shit. So you think in terms of it, like, what are we going to do about toxic masculinity? What the fuck is toxic masculinity except the absence of masculinity in 54 years worth of these idiots propagandizing to get you thinking that masculinity is toxic? Are you homophobic or not? What? Oh, fuck, man, that's a bullshit word. That thing is less 5, maybe 8 years old. You created that shit because your punk ass is heterophobic. You scared of straight folk because we kicked your ass, stuck crowbars up your behind, cut your dicks off, put you on a stake and burnt you, locked you up, discredited you, fired you, and jacked you around. And that's heterophobia. And that one's actually been on the books for a long time. I don't care how many goddamn freaks you got working for Apple that put this shit on an iPhone. So if you type in heterophobia, it red lines like something wrong with it. And homophobia, they want to put a goddamn rainbow up there automatically without you, you know. But that's some bullshit because it's a faked out word. Yeah, somebody said Stacey Abrams is an agent for the liberal white side of supremacy. You know what it is? They got these house boys, house Negroes. They got third floor and second floor bed wenches. And that's what you got with some of these folk that we have been told, oh, they're one of the leaders. You know, that's like old white folks used to say years ago. That boy got his feet firmly planted on the ground, firmly planted on the ground. Meanwhile, them other ones over there coming in, them's got outside agitators, and they's getting our niggers getting uppity nowadays. Just can't stand no uppity nigger, Jesus Christ Almighty.
Are you preaching
Damn,
today?
looky here. What's this no hell wrong with you? Why did you call that hell for a goddamn leader of yourself? Hell no. Did I? Hell no. First off, ain't no woman leading me. I'm a man. I mean, I'll listen to their advice, but I ain't following any woman unless it's to the bedroom to get some pussy, goddamn. And, you know, I'm not going to do anything when I'm hot on the set, shit. But, I mean, it's reality. What in the hell is wrong with us? And then it's like everybody crying, oh my God, it made me feel uncomfortable. Smack upside your fool head.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people in the chat, they agree with you, brother Judge O'Brown.
I like this one. Thank you, Dr. Sinister. Yeah. Yeah. You know, but here's what a TI is. Punk ass motherfucker is a punk ass motherfucker wherever his ass is sitting. White House, courthouse, jailhouse, goddamn, wherever the hell his ass is. So tired of punk motherfuckers messing shit up.
Max this like
Negroes. Let's start with that goddamn half-breed Bush Bunny-Keegan motherfucker. And then we got John Lewis, who used to be punk baby partner to Bayard Rustin. And then we got Al Sharpton, used to be James Brown's youthful butt buddy. And those are our leaders. Al Sharpton ain't my goddamn leader. He's younger than me, and I always thought he was a silly-ass motherfucker, always going off in far left field buying some bullshit. You know? I mean, get real. I could relate to Stokely Carmichael. H-Rap Brown was the man, you know. He wasn't bullshitting. Huey P. Newton, you know, Elridge Cleaver. In fact, I knew them. Malcolm X was the man. Martin Luther King kind of left me, even though I was the last judge on his case. I didn't like him too much because he was always down on his knees praying while somebody was beating the shit out of him or some of the people that followed him. And that wasn't any goddamn struggle. You down on your knees and some redneck beating the shit out of you until some other rednecks felt guilty about it. That ain't no struggle. That ain't no fight. That's getting your ass whipped. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
Makes a good dead martyr. Sorry he got shot. He was trying to give a message, but you know, Edgar Hoover, another Negro, goddammit, passing for white. He was 1/8 black, which is still black in a whole lot of the southern states. And his parents got run up out of Louisiana because they were trying to daddy was trying to pass for white and mama couldn't do it. She was a domestic. So they left Louisiana, and Hoover hated the Klan, but he hated his own people worse. That's why he was always given so much grief. He's behind Malcolm dying and King dying. So, I mean, bastards are rotten in hell if there is a place. I suspect not from the many of these racist fools that go on, and they look at us like goddamn dogs. Sometimes when they're nice, we are a pet dog. You know, people have pet dogs. They get up, eat off the kitchen table with everybody, and everybody rubs them and feeds them something under the table, climb in bed with the kids. And if something happened to them, everybody's, oh, they hurt the dog. Oh, dog got hit by a car. Oh, my God. You know, our nigger got hit by a car. I mean, I was a prosecutor. No, I was a public defender at the time. I ran the PD's office. And some of my people got sick with the flu. So in those days, we had night court. So I filled in and I looked and I saw this old guy on the docket. And he'd been arrested by this cop who also had some traffic stuff on this docket. It was old city court when they had night court.
Mm-hmm.
It was back in the 70s, mid 70s. And I asked the judge if I could add him to the docket because the city jail at that time didn't have any washing or shower facilities. So you went in there on Thursday and got out 2 weeks later. You hadn't had a bath, a wash up, brush your teeth in 2 weeks. So he said, sure, add it. So I added it. And I'm standing there talking to somebody else in the prisoner's docket. And the front door of the courtroom got kicked in, and this old man named Jimmy Thompson, he'd been sheriff of Shelby County and mayor of Memphis several times, and he was a lawyer, and he was an old man. He walked in with a 357 in his hand in the air, and all the cops turned around, reached for their guns, saw who it was, and ducked under the doggone benches. The cops hit the ground. Who is this unmasked man? He walked in, God damn it, who done laid hands on my nigger? This is my favorite nigger, God damn it. Don't nobody touch my niggers and my livestock with me. He went over and he snatched the paperwork out of my hand. Give me that, lawyer. I said, yeah, he got that Smith & Wesson Model 19 in his hand. I ain't gonna quit him, you know. So he looked through. He said, God damn it. And he walked over and he looked down and these cops were hiding behind the barrier, you know. And he snatched one up, put the gun in his face. You son of a bitch. You ever put a hand on my nigger again, I'll kill you, your stringy-haired wife, your children, your hunting dogs, and all your goddamn livestock. Do you hear? Don't nobody touch my nigger but me. And the guy's name was Robert Love. He was the judge. He said, Mr. Thompson, he said, shut up, Robert. I used to fuck your mama on a regular basis. You may be one of mine. I'm taking this man out of here. Come on, Tommy, let's go. And the judge said, Mr. Brown, what number's on the docket? Is that gentleman? And I said something like 183 through 187. Y'all show those matters dismissed.
Wow.
So I asked this cop, I said, why did y'all jump down on the floor? He said, Lawyer Brown, that was death incarnate. That was Sheriff Jimmy Jones, Mayor Jimmy Jones, Jimmy Thompson. He said, when I was first on the sheriff's department as a rookie volunteer, you say I'd been on there out in the streets about 4 weeks after doing some time in the jail to learn the ropes. Said we busted these two good old boys and they was drunks, and Jimmy Thompson drove up in the V12 Packard and he stopped. He got out and he said, didn't I tell you, son, don't you ever show back up drunk again and you ain't taking care of your children? He said, yes, sir. And he walked over to the other boy. He said, I don't know you. You drunk. So you feed your children and take care of your wife? He said, sure does, sir. Sure does. He said, well, you get your goddamn old Hank the trailer park ass out of here. He said, now you son of a bitch, I wasn't bullshitting you. I said, I don't never want to see your goddamn hillbilly ass in my jail again. He said, and Thompson took his gun and shot him in the head twice. Bam, bam. Said, call the meat wagon. Thompson done killed 40 or 45 people in his day. And, that we know about. When that man pulled the gun out, that's death. Ain't nobody messing with Jimmy Thompson. I said, damn. It's interesting to see they used to roll like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, there were about 16, 17 cops in there on traffic. And the ones that looked like they were going to get a belligerent, the other ones snatched them down and they all went for cover. There's one man done faced, one badass old white boy done faced down 16 cops to rescue his nigger. And nobody but him put hands on it. I said, damn. See, that's that thing like, don't nobody mess with my hunting dogs but me. Don't nobody touch my livestock. Ain't nobody gonna put no hand on my horse. See, black folk get treated like livestock. Sometimes favorite dogs, family dogs. But that's the way we put ourselves, and that's what time it is. And we better do something about it. And at the very least, be one of them damn dogs that everybody walks on the other side of the damn street, even if the dog's behind the fence.
Well, Judge, speaking of dogs and dressing up, I gotta show you this. Shout out to King BJ. I don't look at Saturday Night Live, but this rapper named Kid Cudi was on there last night in a damn dress. And I like Kid Cudi's music. I used to listen to it. He came out around the late 2000s, and now he's wearing a dress. He said that was in honor of Kurt Cobain, the guy who allegedly killed himself, the rock and roll star, at the age of 27 back in the 90s. But why? I mean, black men, where is black male masculinity?
What does dress have to do with a rock and roll star? Or was that person dead a punk too?
I mean, he was married to Courtney Love. He had a child. But I'm saying, like, I don't understand the dress either. Kurt Cobain wasn't a cross-dresser.
Recall my knowledge. Name.
But this is strange. But they was praising him in the media. They said, oh, this is great. He looked good in the dress. I said, and Kid Cudi was known. He got mental illness issues as well.
That sure shows it. But you know what?
I mean, I'm not laughing at that, but yeah, he had suicidal
thoughts and whatnot. Back in the 60s, all the time on UCLA's campus, they would be preaching about taking over the entertainment and news media.
Mm-hmm.
And they have. See, ordinarily, you get some jackbooted thugs take over some parts of the government, and then they start doing censorship. They suppress all of the media except the official press, and then you get a lot of propaganda. What happens is in America, it went the other way around. The sissies took over the media, entertainment media, the news media. Then they got into politics, and now they took over the government. And that's what they're doing, trying to suppress the First Amendment. So you're not supposed to be able to talk about anybody bad or say anything negative. That becomes hate speech, and it's a crime. Fuck that shit. That is not a crime. That's protected under First Amendment. Kevin Hart, too, wearing a damn dress. That ain't right. I met the man.
Oh, really? What's your thoughts about that?
That ain't right.
Yeah. What were your thoughts about Kevin Hart when you met him?
Well, he seemed decent enough, but what I found out is too many people that stay in that Hollywood make too many compromises to keep up the income. Some of them, like Morgan Freeman and Denzel, stay the fuck away from Hollywood when they're not working. Other folk that hang with them, they unbuckle, drop breeches, drop boxes, they bend and spread butt cheeks.
An interest, Judge.
Females do the equivalent.
I know. I remember I saw the Jim Brown documentary on HBO, and they interviewed Raquel Welch. Her and Jim Brown.
Didn't she say he was straight?
Yeah. I'm glad you got. She said he was too much of a man.
She said
he was too much of a man to be a great actor. He was too much of a man to be a great actor. He was too masculine. Yeah. So you remember that. I'm glad you remember that.
Yeah,
go ahead,
she said, what you call what's the other guy that played in Jackie Gleason was in there. the white boy.
Mm.
She said he was one of the few straight ones too.
He played on Honeymooners, or you talking about? Because you said Jackie Gleason.
Jackie Gleason was in the movie, but he always drove the fast cars, and Jackie Gleason was the sheriff. Always was chasing him.
I know you're talking about. There was the Bandit. Something like I got to look at something.
Yeah, Smokey and the Bandit.
And the Bandit, yeah. Clint Eastwood.
Who
was Clint
Bandit?
Eastwood? Oh, Burt Reynolds. Was that Burt Reynolds? Okay.
She said Jim Brown and Burt Reynolds was two of the very few straight folk in Hollywood. And they was alternate, one fucker in the morning, one fucker in the afternoon. Roscoe Welch said she was so sore she couldn't even walk, but she was having a wonderful time. By the way, Roscoe Welch is Hispanic. She's also a UCLA alumnus.
Yeah, she is so good looking to me. She was a good looking woman.
Yeah,
I mean, even when she got older in her 70s, I mean, she's almost 80. Oh, she's 80 now. She's still good looking.
Well, you know, it's been a while, but you know who looked like that? Sophia Loren.
I love Sophia. I love her, man.
My ex-wife and I were at some function, and we walked in, and I said, "Look at her." She said, "She looks just like Sophia Loren, but she's way too tall." And Sophia Loren is an old woman.
Oh yeah.
So we were looking at that. Said, "She does look like, but she's real tall. Damn, this one was like 6'1".
That's Sophia Loren. She was that tall.
And she's a model. And then see the maitre d' said, "Miss Loren, your regular table." I said, "Oh shit, that's the real Sophia Loren." I said, "Damn."
You know what? I know she's Italian, but I think she got some black in her. She got some black in her DNA.
If you were in Italy, you do.
Yeah, she looks like
I've been to Italy before, and it's funny. First time I went there, I was in Firenze, which is also known as Florence. So I saw a couple of sisters, and I said, "Hey, what's happening? What brings you over here from the States?" No parlaro inglese. I said, "Oh, parlaro italiano, un petito. Signorina, está bene." Yeah. And so, you know, I said, "Damn." So I discovered they got a lot of native Italians born in Italy, parents born in Italy, they black. You know, like that was the Roman Empire. So you got all kinds of stuff mixed up in there. And then remember when Mussolini was trying to go over there and get him some African colonies and Ethiopia and everything else. They didn't do too well against the tanks, but they put up a show. Some of them came back after the war or whatever before the war. So you got black Italians. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sophie doesn't have a little bit of the tar brush in that background too. See, this is a thing about folk. Woo, that woman is fine.
And she was gorgeous.
She looked that good as an old lady in person, up close. We were standing about 5 feet away from her.
Yeah, she's just voluptuous and tall. I mean, Jesus. Oh my God.
When Alex Haley wrote Roots, he talked about Kunta Kinte was his 10th generation ancestor, along with that stupid woman that wound up getting his foot cut off because she was too slavish to flee. Well, how many other 10th generation ancestors did he leave out? Okay. You have 2 parents, 4 grandparents. You have 8 great-grandparents, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512. You've got 1,024 direct ancestors on the 10th generation. That is a whole,
yeah, she's gorgeous. Let's line this crowd. This is Jay Arundel from Fly Nubian Queen. I mean, she is a beautiful sister. And you know about Jay. You know, y'all work together with Tariq. In a show this week. And happy belated birthday. Her birthday was recent, so she's an Aries.
Well, happy birthday, ma'am. But you see, when you have 1,024 ancestors on your 10th generation, you have 512 on your 9th generation, 256 on your 8th, and you keep going. That's a whole lot of chances for somebody to slip in your woodpile.
Yeah.
And you know what? I've been studying this. I get an interest in such stuff, you know. More black folk ought to, so they get a bigger picture of the world that they got to go overcome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, FBA, Foundational Black American Conference. Yeah, America, Foundational Black American Conference down there in Atlanta. I got a few minutes to speak. So, what happens
Mm-hmm.
is when you get into this DNA bit, you find that your typical American white boy has between 8 and about 28 to 30% black genes, but he looks like a white boy.
Right.
You find that the typical black Americans got anywhere from that 12 to about 30, 32% white in him. Now, the interesting thing is, although you don't see it much now, is certain of those genes express in terms of skin color. Like pale as I am, both of my parents were considerably darker than you, but one grandparent was high, bright, and almost white. Her mama was a New Orleans fancy hoe, and her daddy was an Irishman. All right, so that's what. But you see, you get these genes that express color. So you may have somebody that looks like he's a white boy, but he's got more black in him than a lot of black folk that look black.
Right.
And you can see it with people who are from Puerto Rico. Well, man, that ain't it. Yeah, it's part of America. You can be president of the United States if you were born in Puerto Rico, but not in Canada. Keep that in mind when you see Cruz running, because the Constitution forbids him being president, but he's going to run and nobody will realize it. But anyway, that's what
That's insane. It could be the age of information, right, Judge? You can look that up easily on your smartphone that he's not qualified.
Well, he says he's from Canada, but the Constitution says he's an American citizen, but you got to be born in on American soil or the equivalent. So Canada is not American soil. And I'll touch back on that with some ignorance in the news right now. But what happens is you go to Harlem and you see a lot of Puerto Rican types because it's part of the United States. You go to Puerto Rico or the Virgin Islands that they're the administrative center for, like a state capital for the Virgin Islands. And you see families where everybody's got the same mom and dad, and they got 8, 9, 12, 14 folk in the family. And you see them range from look like they just got off the boat from Africa all the way to blonde haired, blue eyed, and they got the same mom and dad.
Right.
Now, I don't see this much right now, but when I was a child, these grandparent types and these folk in their 70s and 80s that you used to get introduced to, oh, this is Mr. So-and-so, this is Reverend so-and-so, this Dr. such and such, this is Mr. So, whatever it is. You'd see these black folk with these strange green eyes with a blue circle around them and shit. And, you know, blonde and crap. And then you'd meet his brother, Uncle so-and-so, and he's dark skinned with keen features of somebody high, bright with blunt features, you know. And it used to be, see, back then, there was direct mixture because a lot of those people were alive when slavery was around. Like my grandfather was born in 1850. Now he made it to 100 plus, but I was sitting on the side of his bed when he died.
Wow.
And,
oh man, that's crazy, man. Wow.
And he left me a journal. So I got it from the horse's mouth. Like wearing your hat back like that. I remember when I was little, he used to knock, anytime I'd put on a bill cap like that, he'd say, let me tell you why I knocked it off. And he left it to me in his writings. And I got his writings, a journal he had written. He was a doctor. When I was in my 30s, because his old lawyer from up in Jackson, Tennessee, gave it to me.
Okay.
And the reason he did that is, see, in his day, and he was 10 when the Civil War starts, 11 when the Civil War started.
And tomorrow's the anniversary of the Civil War. Tomorrow's the anniversary of the start of the Civil War, April 12th, 1961.
Good history point. When he was around, people didn't have baseball hats, but they had these engineer hats. He said only free people could wear the cap with the bill in front. The slaves had to wear it to the back or to the side.
Oh wow.
So
Okay.
the slave catchers would know this is a slave. So when they went over to check papers, if they didn't have any papers, their ass was in trouble. They were getting snatched back to the plantation and whipped 3 or 4 times
Oh
for
wow.
not having papers if they hadn't escaped. And if they came over, they saw one with the straight bill, they knew you would get the shit beat out of you if you were fronting it off. But sometimes they'd ask, go on. So only free people could wear their bill in front. Everybody else had to turn it to the back. So he had little peculiarities about that. Now, he
That's
became a
interesting.
doctor,
Okay.
and he did that after having to leave Shreveport, Louisiana, because he and another brother had murdered 2 deputy sheriffs who they felt were responsible for the lynching of another brother that they had. There were 11 of them all total.
Wow.
It's interesting. My great-grandfather, his daddy owned slaves, but he was from Africa. He got brought over kind of like that Amistad thing after the slave trade was legally ended in 1806. This was like 1812, so they had to let him free. So there was a white man that used to give him grief because the white boy didn't like free black folk. And what happened was the white boy went bankrupt. So they sold all his property. So to spite this white boy, my great-grandfather bought the white boy's favorite slave mistress and 5 children he had with this slave mistress. He didn't particularly want her. He just bought her because he was fucking with the guy. Yeah, I bought your shit now. I got your pussy. What the fuck you gonna do about it? So he kept her as a slave and the 5 children as slaves. So I guess he got hard up, got her knocked up, and the first person he knocked her up with was my grandfather. So he decided to go ahead and set her free and marry her. So, or married her after the Civil War. But anyway, he had 6 other kids, 5 other kids with her. So it's an interesting thing in the family. An African owning slaves. He was straight up Africa. He was a Yoruba district sub-chieftain from Nigeria. Shedadani, that's how you say how you doing in Yoruba. The answer is a dupe. And it's interesting what some of the African languages are about. Like Yoruba does not have conjugations. It has tonal inflections.
Okay.
So I find it interesting. You know, this phrase motherfucker, that's a bad motherfucker, man. You know, hey, motherfucker. You see, OKO is how you would spell it using Western letters. Oko. And depending upon how you pronounce it, you either say, you motherfucker, or you're saying, you motherfucker. In other words, the village chieftain is the chief motherfucker because he got a lot of wives that are mothers, so he fucks mothers. And your daddy is a motherfucker because he fucked your mama. And your granddaddy is a motherfucker because he fucked or mama to have your daddy or mama and your aunts and uncles. So depending upon how you saying it or pronounce it, you either giving a grave insult or a great compliment. Like
We
you
love
low
that
down
word
motherfucker
though.
or bad motherfucker, man.
Yeah, black folks
Village
love that
chieftain,
word.
bad
Yeah.
motherfucker.
We love that word. I mean, a lot of I think about Miles Davis, how he used to say it, you know, say how, you know, Richard Pryor. But it's so much you covered because I know with Puerto Ricans, I was crazy about this Puerto Rican classmate of mine in college. When I first met her, I thought she was a white girl trying to be black though, but she was from the Bronx. Then I met her parents; they were dark. They were black, but she was white. But her parents
See,
was black.
that's
They
what
had
I'm
like
talking about.
nappy hair and stuff, and she had straight hair. So I thought that was interesting.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying about the genes that express, which, by the way, is an interesting topic. How do you give reparations? Who do you determine has it? Well, see, if you do genetics, it's advanced enough now so they can tell where in Africa you came from, what other ancestry you had, what part of the world it's in. And an interesting thing that I find fascinating is all of the black people who have a lot of Chinese in them.
Oh, yeah.
Because they brought these Chinese coolies in to repair the Southern rail net in the mid 1860s before they took them out west. So these Chinese guys get there, they ain't got no nookie. I guess some slave nookie was close at hand and they jumped into it. So a lot of current black Americans have a lot of Chinese in you. So don't get too mad at the folk over there in China because you're likely to be related, especially some of them fine exotic black women. You know, they got that look. Yeah, that's nice there. And the other thing, let's talk about this American citizen thing. You are an American citizen if you popped out of an American pussy anywhere in the world, but you can't run for president. But being an American citizen has some other consequences. Like you got this jerk ass hood rat C-grade actress who married into the royal family, giving that boy grief, pussy whipped him. She's still a hood rat, and she's running around getting pimped out by Oprah, talking about, oh, they wouldn't even give me a title. Oh, my God. And my poor son, they won't let him have a title. Well, the United States Constitution, you ignoramus, says no American citizen can accept ennoblement. In other words, you can't be made Sir this unless it's honorary. You can't be His Royal Highness or Her Royal Highness. As far as the child goes, 1917, King George V issued an edict that Parliament backed up, and it said you cannot become HRH, His or Her Royal Highness, unless your grandparent was a monarch, king or queen. So Prince Charles just became interesting. He's His Royal Highness. And Prince Philip, his daddy, just croaked. So his mama, Queen Elizabeth, is 96 years old. She about to croak. So that means that Prince Charles, who is Harry's daddy, becomes King of England, His Royal Highness. So that means dumbass Meghan Markle's son becomes His Royal Highness. Almost, not quite. There's a little catch.
Right.
He's still an American citizen because he popped out of an American pussy, which is Meghan Markle. So under the law, he can't renounce his citizenship to become His Royal Highness until he turns 18. So she's talking all off ignorance out there. Oh my God, Oprah, they wouldn't. And then did you hear that fool talking nonsense like, I was almost suicidal. I wanted to kill myself. The duties of being a royal are just so taxing. Oh my God. And there was nobody to help me. Oh, I was almost going to kill myself. You dumb heifer. This woman is about to croak, 96 years old. She does this shit every day and you can't handle it. You out the hood. What's that say about us? And then did you see that shit that they had in the paper? Since they've been in Prince Harry's California mansion, after they left his mansion in Canada, the police have been over there 9 times in the last 9 months. No, straighten your dumb ass up. You about to have somebody that's identifiably Black American become His Royal fucking Highness. And by the way, her son would be in the direct line of succession. Now, how realistic is that? Well, great uncle, now dead, great uncle of Prince Harry was king for about 1.5 years because in the 30s he insisted on marrying a divorced American heiress. All right. So he had to abdicate. And Queen Elizabeth's father took over. So see how that shit can jump? Harry is right behind his older brother for being King of England. Don't tell him what will happen to this dude. Plus, older brother is a helicopter pilot, and you know what happens with helicopters every now and then.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
And he still does it for the Royal Navy. Now, you have the opportunity of having somebody black as Royal Highness. Okay, you're not the first one, Markle. There was Queen Charlotte, who was about as much black as Meghan was. George III, who was king when the colonies decided to have their revolution, needed some money because he was broke busted. So he married the daughter of an earl who had lots and lots of money, and the earl got him some African nookie when he went on safari. So Monique, 2Z, like that. I likes pretty women. I got one.
Yeah, I try to make sure I feed your judge,
I
man.
ain't
He
gonna
be
lie.
going.
Yeah, anyway, it's encouraging. So she's not the first one, but I mean, bottom line is let's put this in context. Her black son went where Kennedy was trying to go, or at least the Kennedy family was trying to go. They were trying to get somebody to marry into the family. Richard Nixon was trying to get his daughter to marry one of the princes. It didn't work.
Okay.
Ronald Reagan had a daughter who was trying to marry into that family. Didn't work. But hood rat, pretty Meghan Markle married into the royal family. And now, even though the Kennedys couldn't, even though Nixon couldn't, even though St. Ron the Reagan couldn't do it, this woman has got somebody American in line for the throne of England.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, somebody said before Queen Charlotte. It's kind of hard to tell. See, talking about in a woodpile in 410 AD, all of the Roman legions got recalled from Britain. The Huns were kicking some ass, so they needed all the troops they could get. Well, 2 of the 3 legions that got recalled were recruited from sub-Saharan Africa out of the Sudan. So they had a lot of black troopers, legionnaires in Britain, and I'm sure they didn't restrain from knocking up Celtic booty.
Mm-hmm.
So they got plenty of Celt booty. So the English have black in them from that. The next time black gets up in there is 1492. Ferdinand and Isabella have unified Spain under these 2 Catholic houses, given all of the Jews and Muslims the option of either converting to Catholicism or leaving. A lot of them converted. The Muslims tended to be light cavalry, the junta that they had. And they went with the mercenary group with the Spanish army to the lowlands. That's Belgium and Holland and so forth, because there were some problems there. Well, Torquemada, about 1510, 1512, started doing that Inquisition, burning at the stake to see if you'd relapsed into whatever you were before you claimed you went Catholic. So a lot of those Muslim converts had good sense, and they kept their ass in Holland and such like. So what happens after that is those folk go over about the time of the King James Bible mess with King James, who was a restoration. This is before him, when they deposed the Queen and the King, and Oliver Cromwell was Lord High Protector of England, and he ran it until he died. And they had come over to help out the Catholic faction, the royal faction. And what went down is some of those Moors got them some white nookie again in Great Britain. So that's time number 2. You got black genes dumped into the British population. Then we fast forward a little bit, 1743, I think it is, Great Britain ended slavery in the British Isles and freed all the slaves. There were about 1.5 million African slaves in Great Britain at that time. They didn't get deported. They stayed there. So that's time number 3 when you got some African genes put into the British population. So Queen Charlotte decided a whole lot of Brits got a lot of black in them.
And also, I want to point out too that I think what the commentator was referencing as well is the great Alexander Pushkin, who was the father of Russian literature. You know, his grandfather Ganabel Petrovich was from Africa. He was a gift of Peter the Great. He was a general and military strategist for the Russian Imperial Army. But I mean, he claimed his African heritage. You could tell that he got some black in him, but he talked about it in his literature.
What kind of candy bars you like?
What type of candy bar?
You like Three Musketeers?
Yeah.
There actually were musketeers, and there was a D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan wound up historically being the head of the French king's bodyguard for Louis the 12th, I think. And he was a musketeer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know who wrote the Three Musketeers?
Alexander Dumas Pierre, or how you say
Alexander Dumas.
Dumas.
Have you ever read his own personal writings where they're not fiction?
That was, I mean, he wrote Count of Monte Cristo too. I like Count of Monte Cristo.
Scarlet Letter. I mean, Scarlet Pimpernel, Tale of Two Cities, and all this other stuff. Prolific writer, but he wrote stuff that wasn't fiction. One of the things I found interesting, we had to read in college, was him talking about all of the Parisian pussy he used to get because he was half black, and the Parisian ladies wanted to play with his tail a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
So he said he showed it to him a lot. He said they all came away satisfied. So,
his father was a general for Napoleon too, right? Was his father a general for Napoleon?
Yeah, but his mother was Sudanese.
Okay.
So, in other words, Alexander Dumas, who wrote Three Musketeers, which you still see various TV editions, including a series they had on about 10 years ago that ran for 3 years. Well, 15 years ago. So, we are black folk floating around on various places. You go to Paris, they don't treat you too badly either.
I mean, a lot of the black expatriates back in the day went to Paris, like Josephine Baker and Sidney Bechet. I love Sidney Bechet, but they national heroes over there.
And there was a black pilot with the French Air Force, was of some standing. He had been an American prize fighter who expatriated to Paris, and he was basically undefeated, but he became a fighter pilot when he decided to go over to the American Army. When the Americans became involved in the war, they made him a cook.
Yeah, as usual.
Even though he could fly better than damn near anybody in the American Army Air Corps at the time, they made him a cook.
Yeah, I was showing the people a picture of Alexander Dumas. I mean, he definitely black. I mean, he got an afro, he nappy-headed, and he's brilliant. Black and brilliant.
Yeah, and he sure knocked out from what he wrote. He sure was knocking the booty out over there.
Oh, yeah. But is the pilot you talking about, is that Eugene Bullard? Is that the guy's name? Eugene Bullard?
Yeah.
Okay, let me find him. You know, you giving a history class today, Judge. Just trying to get people, you know, a lot of times people use the internet. I think the number one thing they use the internet for is to get pornography. It's for porn.
Yeah, well.
Instead of knowledge, you know, it's all about getting porn.
Well, you know, some of the things that are interesting about the net, it is building, but it's not complete. And there's some things like I was trying to figure something out. It was something I'm working on, and I have the item right in front of me, so to speak. And according to the net, it did not exist. Or I'm reading stuff, and there was one particular case I had where I wrote an opinion. It went up to the Tennessee Supreme Court, and they adopted a lot of language out of the opinion. So somebody was telling me I was way wrong. I said, man, I wrote the damn thing. The hell do you mean I'm making this? I wrote it. Well, I can't find it on the net. Sure, it wasn't on the net, but that doesn't mean,
He like Wesley Snipes, don't. Wesley Snipes could have played Eugene Bullard.
Yeah, he sure could have. Did you see Fly Boys?
I remember. I didn't get a chance to watch it. Was it based on like World War One?
It's still on Xfinity. They've got him in there. Somebody's playing his part.
Okay. Now, was he part of the Ethiopian? Did he help the Ethiopians out when Mussolini and the Italians invaded back in the 30s? Was he a part of their Air Force?
No, he went back to America.
Okay. Yeah,
But they
Wesley
made
Snipes
him
could
a
have played
cook
him.
in the Army rather than letting him be a pilot.
But you know, America's so weird. You know, the greatest soldiers during World War I from America were black soldiers who were disowned by our own government, the Harlem Hellfighters, 369th.
Well,
Regiment.
yeah, they were
They
Puerto
were the
Rican
greatest
and black.
soldiers, but they were
Puerto
disowned.
Rican too.
Oh,
But
yeah.
there's an interesting thing about that, which is kind of unsaid. John J. Pershing, the highest ranking U.S. officer ever, who was general of the armies, plural, not general of the army. John J. Pershing got the nickname Blackjack because by choice he commanded black troops, the 10th Cavalry. What happened was he was a school teacher out west, and he taught a lot of black students who came out of slavery, the children of slaves, and he taught them. So he was late in his mid-20s instead of 18 when he got accepted to go to West Point. So when he got out, he wanted to get an advancement. They told him if he went and officered in a black unit, which was the 10th Cavalry, he would advance more quickly. So he did. So his fellow officers tried to insult him and called him Blackjack Pershing because he was around black troops. Now, he was commander of the Army, the U.S. Expeditionary Force of Army and Marines. So he supposedly, the history books record it, as he pacified the French and the English by giving them a big division, which was larger than standard because they only wanted one of them, and that was a black division that came out of Harlem, like you said, the Harlem Hellfighters. So it was almost 20-some thousand troops. So they went over to the French, got French uniforms and everything. But there are those in whom he confided who said he was doing this because he was trying to do them a favor. He knew the French would treat them with honor, whereas he had too much respect for them from having commanded them before and caused them to advance so fast in rank to put them under some of these American generals who came out of Alabama, Georgia, and Mississippi, and were just disdainful racists who would kill them off without any appreciation in the process. So he supposedly gave them to the French so they could get treated decently, which they commented that they did get treated decently. You ever heard that old song? Well, we used to hear it in cartoons and stuff, and they'd sing it in school. How you gonna keep them down on the farm?
Oh, yeah.
Now, you know what that was about?
What was it about?
About us. How you gonna keep these Negroes out on the farm now that they've seen Paris?
You know who sung that song? I remember James Reese Europe. He was the band leader for the Harlem Hellfighters, famous jazz band leader. They actually recorded that song. I remember this. I love listening to James Reese Europe.
How you gonna keep them down on the farm now that they have seen Paris? Yeah,
that's right.
Well,
it's something like that. It's something like that. But you know, talk about that regiment, the New York National 15th Regiment, who became known as 369th Regiment. They were stationed down in Spartanburg, South Carolina. It almost had a race riot between the black soldiers, the New York soldiers, the Puerto Ricans, and the locals. But what James Reese Europe did, they started playing their music and calmed tensions down. But even the white doughboys, I'm telling you, even the white soldiers from New York was trying to fight on behalf of the black soldiers against the red, the South, which is interesting.
They let these motherfuckers take a bullet too, goddamn it. So what the hell are you acting a racist?
That's what they were saying. That was their reasoning.
I don't need them to be peeling potatoes. Let them get a carry rifle. Go kill some goddamn Huns, some real crackers. I hate to say it.
But but the Harlem Hellfighters, they were the most decorated unit from America. They was under fire for 191 straight days. They never lost
They went into that battle in 1917, not 1918. See?
Yeah, but they was under fire longer than any American unit for 191 straight days. James Reese Europe, as a musician, was the first black man to lead troops in the battle during World War I, and they were the most decorated military unit from America. They won the Croix de Guerre, There's like Francis Medal of Honor.
Yeah, I know Quadiger and
Yeah.
Legion of Merit Honor and all of that stuff. They got quite well decorated. Don't forget the 761st Armored Regiment, World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's uncle was in that regiment. So were some other folk, and they got a whole bunch of Congressional Medal of Honors under Bill Clinton. What happened is people got to complaining so badly that they got a panel of Army officers, black and white, and they stripped the race and names off of the citations, and they said which one of these would deserve a Congressional Medal of Honor. And when they went through and then put the names back in, some blacks got awarded that their commanding officers wanted to send them up. Guess who else was in the 761st who had been in the 10th Cavalry?
Well,
Jackie Robinson, the baseball player. He never played baseball. He ran track and played football at UCLA, and he was in ROTC. So he was a captain in the 761st until he got court-martialed. You know what for? He wouldn't move to the back of the damn bus, and he had a 45 with him because he was officer of the day. And the testimony at his court-martial was he pulled it out, racked around in the chamber, and there we surrounded by police and MPs, and he said, some motherfucker's gonna die tonight besides me.
That down in Texas, y'all. Yeah, Fort Hood.
Wouldn't go to the back of the bus.
Right,
but anyway, see, they don't want to give brothers their due, especially in that day and time. They weren't about to give somebody who was a pistol packing brother, you know, with a 45 level, some motherfucker's gonna die tonight besides me.
You know, and Jackie Robinson was sitting next to a woman who was actually black, but they thought she was white. But she was a black woman. But they thought she was white.
Well, that's kind of twisted on the story, because what he was doing was escorting one of his colleagues' wives home. Right. And that was taking her home before he got back on. I think it was the same bus. Mm-hmm. But see, the other thing too, you had two Army infantry regiments that were known as the Buffalo Soldiers, the 24th and 25th Infantry, and you had the 9th and 10th Cavalry, and then you had a black artillery regiment too. And the thing about the black artillery regiment is they didn't think blacks could do it until Grant intervened and said, look, during the Civil War, at the end, I took a survey. The only completely literate units in the whole Union Army above certain size were colored volunteers. So what happened is they let the black folk have an artillery regiment, because when you do artillery, you got to be able to do trigonometry. You got to be able to do calculus and higher math. So you can't be stupid if you're going to be running something like that. So we had 5 regiments of black soldiers known collectively as the Buffalo Soldiers. The 10th Cavalry and the 9th got morphed into the 761st. They are the second most highly decorated unit in U.S. Army history, behind those Nisi, for the Japanese down in Italy. So they stayed on the line longer than anybody else. They kept them in basic training. Well, not basic training, but in training to play aggressors for white folk in armor who were going over there. So instead of getting 6 weeks of training and getting sent over, they got 1.5 years. So Patton noted that they could drive tanks better than anybody, they could shoot better than anybody, and they had more savvy. So I guess they were more effective, so they had a higher percentage of survivors than the white units did, which were known as the Suicide Corps, because the Sherman tank wasn't shit when it came up against the German tank. So they stayed in combat longer than any other American combat unit continuously with no leave. They didn't have a single leave period until the war was over. And another one, an update, the Tuskegee Airmen, the 332nd Wing, is acknowledged now by the Defense Department as the high-scoring U.S. Army Air Force unit in Europe for the last 9 months of the war. And on the other hand, too, you have Roscoe Brown, former professor emeritus at New York University, formerly Captain Brown of the Tuskegee Airmen, is now the second ranked U.S. Army Air Force ace in World War II. They had been down in them, and when they correlated by computer the German records on who actually got shot down and who got back, they started knocking some other people down, the so-called white aces. And then they started giving some of the 332nd scores because the Germans acknowledged that they'd shot somebody down. And that moved Roscoe Brown up to second place.
Okay.
So the second Knight of the Air badass in World War II over there is a black man. And I met Roscoe Brown. He's about 5'6", slight brother, got a great sense of humor. I haven't seen him in a while, but I know the last time I communicated with him, he was 86 years old and had run in the New York Marathon.
Oh, wow. That's good shape. I was just showing them, Judge. I was showing them the patch from their logo.
The Black Panther, yeah. That's where they
161st.
got the Black Panther Party from. Some of the people from Louds County, Deacons for Defense and Justice, adopted that because apparently somebody's dad had been in it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay.
My old man talked about him. He was in the Red Ball Express. And when Patton made that turnaround to go up to the Battle of the Bulge, the Battle in Ardennes, he was a sergeant, master sergeant, and he got his detachment of trucks blown up on an ambush. So they got rifles. So he wound up going to a combat unit. They just stuck him in one. He got a combat infantry badge, a Silver Star, Purple Heart, and 2 Bronze Stars because he got wounded and didn't go back. So I guess cool. And I had an Uncle Booker. Uncle Booker joined the 10th Cavalry in 1881. He was on the frontier. He wound up rising to first sergeant for his company, and then he left in like 1906 after 25 years. It didn't work out, so he joined back up, but he was a high bright fool, so he could, high bright, so he could pass for white. And he wound up being, get this, top sarge for the Big Red One, them white boys from Alabama. They probably would have turned in their grave if they'd known on top was a colored man.
Wow. Now, it's interesting, Judge. You said your father was in the Red Ball Express. My maternal grandfather was in the Red Ball Express. And he got hurt real bad at the Battle of the Bulge. You know, Mega Evers was Red Ball Express too.
Yeah, a whole bunch of them. And by the way, that's why my old man used to have reunions over at his house, our house. And I asked him why they weren't interested in civil rights. I said, well, son, it's like this. Say we was killing Germans. They were trying to kill us. I said, I'll be goddamn if I'm going to sit down get on my knees and let some redneck beat me. He raised a hand to me. I am not a nonviolent man. He going to be moving back, bringing back the stub. I ain't afraid to die. Said, I got over that years ago with your daddy and everybody in this room. And I ain't afraid to kill. I put a bayonet through a Kraut's throat and I'll be damned. And then the other thing too, I said, well, and then they all saying, and you know what else too? And they did this, where you rock your hand. I said, Dad, what the hell does that mean? He said, I'll explain to you one day when you get old enough. I've told this story on several shows in the last month, but I'll tell it again since it needs to get around.
Do you remember this show? There was a sitcom called The Red Ball Express from the 70s. Are you familiar with that show yet? I never heard of it.
I didn't watch TV then. I was too busy doing other stuff, chasing pussy and trying to be a lawyer.
Okay, that makes sense.
Didn't have time for that. Fools watching TV. I was taking their gals out and fucking them when they got back,
Yes,
they up there playing goddamn basketball, getting hot and sweaty. Baby, goddamn, y'all ever think about going out playing basketball? Well, what you doing? I don't even like the motherfucker. I know you don't. Let's go somewhere. All right. What's the matter, baby? I'm mad at him. I'll help you get it out your system. I got a whole lot of nookie that damn way. Dumbass motherfucker out there playing basketball and I'm fucking his woman.
Oh man. Oh
But
well.
anyway, that's another
Players gonna
story.
play, Judge. Players gonna play.
Yeah, that's another story.
Mm-hmm.
But see, this thing when the old man threw a copy of the Times, LA Times on front of me, I was doing my homework, 9th and 10th grade, and I was reading second section. It says Los Angeles Police Department officers made multiple arrests in such and such park last night. 3 suspects, 1 male white named so and so and so and so, 1 male black named Bayard Rustin, comma, a known affiliate of Martin Luther King, comma, civil rights leader, comma, and so were found in the back seat. Suspect so and so is engaged in sodomy with Bayard Rustin while Bayard Rustin, was performing fellatio on the other suspect. I said, damn. He said, do you know what fellatio and sodomy? I said, yeah, you getting butt fucked and sucking dick at the same time. I said, Dad, what a, man, that's a little strange. Oh, you know about that? Well, we talk about shit like that in school. You know, these freaks. That was about when it was in the 60s, you know, so
free love.
Yeah, Bayard, and then what's his name that just died, John Lewis. John Lewis was known as Bayard Rustin's little 15-year-old butt buddy. So
wow,
I never had anything for John Lewis. Not that anything's wrong with anybody doing that if that floats your boat, hell, but you know, as long as you can handle the other part of the masculine responsibility, but too many of these folk flame and they don't these days. It's just John Lewis always looked like he was going down on Bayard Rustin or was fantasizing about every time I heard him talk. Like
that's
some of these rap artists, they take a
microphone
and they get that microphone and they get the, man, well, you look like you sucking dick, man. Damn, why don't you stop that? You know, hold it down here.
Damn, well, I got to go
business.
Back. Yeah, you know, it's fascinating, and I got to actually just go back to the Royals a little bit because you know we lost Prince Philip yesterday on April the 9th, and it's interesting to me. He would have been 100 years old on June 10th this year. You know, the Queen Elizabeth's birthday is coming up on April 21st. She'll be 95. My thing is, she'll be 95 on April 21st. But here's the thing, though, Judge, help me understand, because I'm slow. How the hell you be married to a queen for decades? They know you just as a damn prince, like you baby boy. You wearing short pants. Okay, go ahead. Tell us about that.
He's a drone. See, that's that decree 1917 by King George V. Okay. What had happened is his grandmama, Queen Victoria, got married when she was 14 years old to Prince Albert. Prince Albert never became king, but he sure was knocking the bottom out that booty. She had 14 children, only 11 of whom died. One of them became Kaiser in Germany. One of them married the Kaiser in Germany, and her grandson was Kaiser of Germany in World War I. One of them turned out to be the last czar before he got assassinated. Her son became King Edward, King of England during World War I, and they had all of these royals all around the place. So after that, all of them wanted to be called His or Her Royal Highness. So he issued a decree in 1917 that you could not be His Royal or Her Royal Highness unless your grandparent had been monarch. So they had a lot of people who were great grandchildren of Queen Victoria who want to be called His or Her Royal Highness. He said no. So Prince Philip was brought in as suitable for Queen Elizabeth, but he could not be king because he was a foreigner. They had already had a problem with that because it caused King George some problems in World War I because his grandfather was a German.
That makes sense with King Edward VIII being so close or being a Nazi sympathizer, right? No, the advocate.
And then you had this other thing Admiral of the fleet, Lord Baddenmount, was a German. He was loyal to England, but there was a big uproar about why we got a Kraut in charge of the British Navy, the Royal Navy. So he stepped down. Churchill appointed a guy named Jackie Fisher, brought him back in. Brilliant man, but irascible and low down. So he was what he was. And then Baddenmount, the family changed the name to Mountbatten. Now, Mountbatten is somebody that the Irish assassinated about 25 years ago, 30 years ago. He'd been a World War II hero, and
was he disappeared? Was he disappeared? He disappeared.
He got blown up. Bombed.
Okay, well, okay.
So he was part of the royal family too. See, there's a whole bunch of them, so they were trying to shrink it down. They had problems.
I got actually, let's see, it slipped my mind. I know Alexander Pushkin, the reason why I brought him up initially, the father of Russian literature, he's a member of the European royal family as well. I mean, he's part of the family.
Yeah.
They got color in there, before Queen.
A lot of ways, like everybody that King George III had, and there's some of them right now, including Queen Victoria. They got some color in it. You look at Queen Victoria, and she went nuts, by the way, when her husband died of scarlet fever. She couldn't get dick anymore, so she got all kinds of weirded out about it. You don't say chicken leg or chicken thigh or chicken breast. You say drumstick, dark meat, white meat. That's because she got so freaked out. She actually went psychotic for a couple of years in there.
Wow.
And when she came out, she couldn't stand anything mentioning sex. So it's dark meat, light meat, drumstick. And if you see this Victorian furniture, it's got legs on it, but they have the little frilly curtains around the lace. That's so she couldn't see the legs. And by the way, I want a $50 gift certificate to Victoria's Secret. What was Victoria's Secret? I said it's Queen Victoria. And her secret was that when she was interviewing the French ambassador in the sub-throne room, one of her ladies in waiting tripped and fell. And in those days, women didn't wear panties or anything, and the French ambassador got a good full beaver shot. So to keep that from happening again, she ordered that the palace tailor invent what became known as bloomers. Now, Victoria's secret was, since she was the queen, she was the only woman allowed in the Buckingham Palace without drawers on, and she didn't wear them. So that was her secret. Anyway, I got a $50 gift certificate for that. I gave it to a lady friend, She was in there, and I just said, what the hell? So I went in with her. She was buying some thong bottoms, and I wanted to see them on her, which I did. Got to take them off. That was fun. That's been years ago. But when the thing arrived, I just gave it to her because I got the correct answer. Little trivia.
Well, what about Winston Churchill? I heard that he had some black people in his family tree.
Well,
is that true? Have you heard about that?
Maybe he might have. See, Winston Churchill also had the same problem that Harry and Meghan's child has. His mama was heiress to the Fields department store fortune out of Chicago. And what happened was that he was an American citizen, Churchill, and a British subject. Now, he renounced his American citizenship, but there was talk at one time before he did to have him run for president. But he couldn't because under the Constitution, he wasn't born on American soil. But he renounced it when he became Sir Winston.
I remember this. Like Dick Gregory did say that he said that Queen Victoria was a man, but I kind of if she was a man, how could she have all those kids?
She had 14.
Right. Maybe she act manly. I don't know, but it's always something. It's so much. I mean, April the 12th, right, is also the anniversary, the 76th anniversary of the death of Franklin Roosevelt. Now, I heard even from contemporary sources of that time that he was murdered. That Stalin himself told one of his sons, they killed your father. Cause he died down in Warm Springs, Georgia. I heard for a long time that he was assassinated.
He may have.
Take on it.
But he had a lot of problems. He may have had something else besides polio, but he was a pretty sick man. He was under a lot of stress. And
he did cocaine. He was doing cocaine. He was a cocaine guy.
Well, that was part of the therapy. But he supposedly died of a brain hemorrhage, and that guy was under a lot of stress. And he chain smoked 2-3 packs a day.
But you know, the reason why people say that, because some people in his inner circle died kind of weird deaths as well, too. People close to him, like they were slow poison or something. But some people said that he got shot down there in Georgia.
Well,
they covered it up.
Shot down there, I don't know. But I tell you what, he was subject to 3 separate assassination attempts. The one that they talk about is somebody tried to assassinate him at a function when he was supposed to be speaking. And the other 2 times were incidents where 1 or 2 of his mistresses were there. I guess he couldn't do anything but eat it then, but they sold mistresses, and they got bullet holes through their clothes because it was a near miss.
But you know, one of the attempts was in Miami, and they ended up killing the mayor of Chicago, Anton Cermak, back in 1933.
Yeah, that was the one they published, but the other 2.
Yeah, Giuseppe Zangaro was an Italian, but the Italians say they tried to kill Anton Cermak because he tried to take over the mob in Chicago as mayor. He almost had Frank Nitti assassinated. He sent some plainclothes cops to kill Frank Nitti at his business, allegedly, the mayor of Chicago, who was
Nitti
killed.
took over for Al Capone while Al was doing time. But like that's some stuff. Too, we have to understand. I'll mention a little thing about the criminal justice system. You may have done it. You may not be pristinely innocent, but you are presumed innocent till they can prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But without violating American law, they can't prove you guilty. So that's like saying Michael Jackson wasn't a pedophile sissy. Well, they couldn't prove the case. Well, how many people did Al Capone have murdered that they couldn't pin on him?
But the FBI did tear up Never Never Land Ranch looking for stuff. Now, this same FBI that gave the gun to kill Dr. King.
I had a bodyguard worked out there.
Okay.
He went I was taking time off. He said, hey, man, I got a thing with Michael Jackson, man. They're going to let me work out there. I said, yeah, well, I came back and said, man, man? I quit after 3 days, man. That's the worst perverted bullshit you've ever seen. That motherfucker got a veil on his face because he ain't got no damn nose, man. I saw that motherfucker, man. He looked like a goddamn zombie. And man, he gets up there, puts this veil on, and he's running around naked with all these little children up on the top floor. Man, it's just like sick. They got these kids out in swings, and he ain't got no clothes on and shit. It's like, and then he weird, man, because I thought he'd lost all that color, man, but he brown as he's ever been. The rest of the body, it's just his hands are pale white, and from here down up on his face is white. And man, they put him in an oxygen tent because this fool got too many nose jobs, and that shit was going necrotic, and they keep having to trim some off because it still dies on him. And they take a scalp and thread Polynesian hair, man. It's like, what the fuck is this shit? He says, I gotta be out of here.
Judge, I give you one thing. You are very consistent on Michael Jackson. I mean, you have not wavered from the Michael Jackson thing.
You know what they were doing with him? That androgynous shit. They were conditioning the public to get ready for these drag queen transvestite fucks and all of this 58 genders and 126 genders and all this fluid bullshit. See, they plotted this. I heard them. I saw them in Meyerhoff Park at UCLA. They were plotting this shit.
I mean, we saw Kid Cudi in a dress yesterday, so mission accomplished. Black masculinity is on in the death throes right now in this country.
About the only time you need to be seen in anything looking like that is if you're in a Roman reenactment or some such shit like that. That's about it. And you wearing armor and a helmet so nobody mistake what the fuck you up to.
Oh my God.
But
You know,
damn.
I'm going with this. Okay, I gotta ask you. It's a couple things. You talking Hollywood now. I got, Al Green birthday is April 13th. He was born in Forest City, Arkansas. Founded by Nathan Bedford Forrest.
Crackhead, dope.
Tell us an Al Green
story.
Come on, Judge. Tell the Al Green story.
That motherfucker owed me $5,000. Every time he sees me at an airport, he turns around and runs.
Okay, tell us a story about that. What about that?
Oh yeah, here's the story. He's got this church here in Memphis, where he does the gospel of song because he can't preach. So he invites people to give his 11 o'clock services. So he invited me through my secretary, who knew his secretary. So I said, okay, this is what my fee's gonna be. So I show up, and he gives me this sob story about the secretary forgot to sign the check. He had sent it immediately. So I had my secretary get on it Monday morning. She said, Judge Secretary said he gave Al cash. He just coked it up. But I said, damn. So he comes calling me up apologetic. The congregation really enjoyed. Can you come? I said, man, where's my money? He said, well, I said, no, it goes up. So instead of what I quoted you for one, it's going to be 5,000 cash for both when I walk in. So I walked into the church. He's in his ecclesiastical robes, right? And he leaves me up in his damn pulpit after handing me this thick envelope with what appears to be bills in it. I put it in my pocket. These folk are my constituents out there. They've elected me as judge. I'm not about to go count money in front of them. Might get happy and think I'm giving it to the church or something. So anyway, about 10 minutes later, I look up and Rev has come out his ecclesiastical robes. He's got on red patent leather shoes, a red suit, a red shirt, a red tie, with a red pimp brim under his arm and an ankle-length fur coat on, talking about, I'm going to leave the services in the hands of Judge Joe Brown. He can adequately guide, but there are some pressing issues I have to deal with. I looked up and that motherfucker left me in his pulpit. So when I concluded, I'll go out to my car and I'll open up the envelope. It's some cut up notepaper in there. And I called him, said, fool, where's my money? The secretary said, he must have coked it up again. You can't. And I said, no, I'm not taking another chance. Give me my money. So every time I see him at the airport, and it's been quite a few years since I saw him last, I said, where's my money, MF? And he turns around and runs. Literally runs.
I went to his church, the Full Gospel Tabernacle Church out there in Whitehaven near Graceland. And what's crazy? Most of his visitors are from from foreign countries, like from Australia, Japan, parts of Africa, China. Not too many people from Memphis go there. Excuse me, from our city go to that church, but a lot of people from out of town and out of the country come to see Al Green on Sundays.
Yeah, because they've got his records, but he's no good coke snorting, freebasing punk. And the rumors are true. Goes both ways.
Now, this is a disclaimer. We don't represent the views. Judge is his own man. I believe in freedom of speech. I'm reading the disclaimer at the end, Judge.
Motherfuckers, he punk ass.
But I got to tell you, I got to ask you this question. I got to ask you about this because I know a lot of the old timers and the elders in the business who work with Al, they be telling me things about this different, not just Al Green, but there's different people from back in the day, the icons and whatnot. And I got to share with you, what's your thoughts about, let me see if I can find this picture. I'm gonna try to find it. I gotta ask you about. Let me see that situation with Al back in the day.
You mean the bathtub and the grits?
Yeah, I gotta ask you, what's your take on that?
She got mad at him because of his boyfriend.
So I'm gonna show a picture because a lot of people don't know the picture. This woman, that's Mary Woodson. Beautiful sister from North Carolina, but she lived in New Jersey, was a wife. She had kids. She was married with kids. And from my understanding, Al Green used to send flowers and roses and stuff to her home, not realizing that she was married, but she was a red bone. And her pictures don't do her justice because people talk about, I mean, she used to woo on guys like James Brown, all these black celebrities were into her, but she was a married woman with several kids. So I heard that Al had his friend there that night too. The airline stewardess was staying overnight, and that allegedly he bailed her out of jail, Mary Wilson, for a disturbance or something. I don't know if it was at the Peabody or something like that, but people told me several different versions of the story. All I know is that she ends up dead with his gun. I mean, did she kill herself? Do you think she killed herself?
I don't know. People do some crazy stuff.
But she predicted that he'll be a big, successful gospel, preacher. Yeah, because she was the one that said he
can't preach. All he does is sing.
Yeah, he wasn't really doing too much preaching when I saw him though several times either. He was just singing for the most part.
It's gospel by song. The gospel of song.
Just find a picture because a lot of people they never found, people don't know who she is. She's a mystery woman in terms of who she was. Let's see, I can find, and I don't think her pictures do her justice that much. I'm gonna find a picture of her full body, and then we're gonna move on. I gotta ask you some other things.
You gotta understand, I'm older than he is, and her too. So, kind of, sort of. Not people I hung around with. Never have hung around with that crowd in Memphis, really.
So how you why did you lend 5,000? You don't mind me asking, like, what was the situation where you say you wasn't hanging around him? That type of money was a lot of money back then, right?
He was supposed to pay me for getting in his pulpit. But the first time he took the cash that his secretary gave him and coked it up. And in the second bloody doggone time, he probably stole that. Drew it on the church expense account or something like that.
So that's Sister Mary. She's in got the, I guess, dark pantsuit or whatever it is. I
can see with the pink
top.
Yeah.
Okay. So she was shapely, man. I guess she was a brick house back in her time, but I mean, he was crazy about her. He wrote that song, Fa La 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 La, I think, I Love You or something like that. That was a song dedicated to her. Something that if y'all Al Green fans, y'all know what I'm talking about, that song.
I'm not an Al Green fan.
Oh, so you're not Al Green. You don't even like Sam Cooke though, Judge. You don't like Michael Jackson. You don't like no Sam Cooke.
We weren't into blues and all that stuff. We were into Motown, some Stax.
Okay. All right. I just want to share that picture with the people. Because a lot of folks, her name was Mary Woodson. That was her name. Look her up. And it's so many different versions of that story. But I heard he had bodyguards there that night. I don't know what to believe. That she shot into the house and then killed herself with his gun. But she did throw some grits on him, from my understanding.
A whole lot of people wanted to throw something on him.
And now Judge, I gotta ask you too, because Tina Turner just made her last visit to America, and she got this HBO documentary out where I guess they bashing Ike, all this stuff. I know you tell some stories about Tina Turner.
Yeah, I encountered Ike a lot when I was growing up in L.A. He and Tina had matching Rolls Royces. If you got Ike, he'd always roll the window down. He always had a dude riding with him. And Ike would stop and talk to us. He'd send his guy off in the Rolls to come back. He'd get burgers for everybody. So many fries, he'd be throwing them away and Cokes and everything. And he would talk to us about staying in school. Don't do drugs. Keep your nose clean. Get your shit together. Start having a purpose. And he always talked that way. If you waved and it was Tina, she'd roll down a little pickaninny motherfucker. Did I give you permission to wave at you, you little ass motherfucker? Like, damn, girl. She was always foul with a little 5'1" or 2" self. Fine, but I mean, she was bad. She had a reputation for being a pimp in Memphis, a pimp.
Okay.
And Ike rescued her. And I had him on my show twice. And after they had aired, I wound up running into him at Spago's out in Beverly Hills. We had a talk. And he said, man, Judge, they just made me. I said, look, brother, I know you. And I told him where I knew him from. He said, you know that? I said, yeah. He said, I was one of those boys you talked to and kept straight. One of the reasons I didn't fall into all that mess like so many did. Listening to you, home. He said, well, thank you. And see, in he said, I didn't know they're going to badmouth me like that. I said, I know. And I said, I'm from, been in Memphis. I was the public defender in private practice. And some of my pimp clients told me about their colleague. He said, you heard about that? He said, she was good, but she was brutal. I said, yeah, that's what my pimp clients told me about that woman she drug around foot homes and drug her kneecaps off, and she couldn't walk after she tied her behind the car. Yeah, I used to represent her. I said, damn, that was rough. I said, yeah. Now, guess what he was in my courtroom for?
What?
He and his wife at the time had a foundation, and what the foundation was is battered and abused women could apply to the foundation for an advance. If they actually wound up leaving the guy, it was a gift. If they went back to him, it was a loan. So the two instances he was in front of me was suing people who had signed the contract that you get this money so you can get yourself an apartment, car, get the hell away from this. But both of them went back, so they were suing them. So does that sound like the description you get from Tina? Tina's an evil witch. Now, another thing, went to a family barbecue. It was over here in Baldwin Hills in L.A.
Mm-hmm.
And me and some guys who played football at UCLA, we were not UCLA, Dorsey High. We were throwing a football.
Mm-hmm.
So we said, "Isn't that Ike Turner?" I said, "Yeah, it's Ike Turner. He's a neighbor." So anyway, he looked up, we waved, and he took his gloves off, dusted his hands. He was down there on his knees with a trowel working in the flower bed. So he comes on down, shakes everybody's hand, asks us how we were doing, noted we'd been playing ball. Did we play ball? Yeah, how's the team doing? We told him, yeah, stay in school and all that. And he smiled, waved, walked on back. Mm-hmm. About 10 minutes later, Tina storms out the back door. And she's mad at him because from the conversation, it sounded like he just was drawing a blank and she wanted him to come up with these lyrics, and he's trying to explain that's why I'm out here. I'm trying to think, give me a moment. She got the cussing. I ain't got a goddamn moment, blah, 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 blah. She was a perfectionist in her art. So anyway, he said, well, baby, it's just not coming. I'm trying to get it together. And she started using all his MFs and everything else. And he said, but there's some kids down there, fuck them little motherfuckers, blah, 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 blah. So she stormed back in the house. About 5 minutes later, she just got mad. Fuck this shit. I'm sick of you, goddammit. You get your shit ass mind together. And she picked up one of these big shaped rakes, that's got the cast iron head to it. Looks like a comb.
Uh-huh.
She picked that thing up and bam, right across his back. And I said, damn, I know that hurt. So what the hell's wrong with you, woman? Fuck you, motherfucker. I ain't got no time for you to think. Bam, hit him again.
Oh, God. Wow.
And it was embarrassing to the man because there were about 15, 20 people looking at this. So she stormed off in the house. She came back out, got the cussing. He said, well, goddamn it. He walked off in there. You could hear him yelling and shit. And then you could hear a crash. And she said, take that, motherfucker, And he said, I'm sick of you. I've had enough of your goddamn funky ass. And she took off running out of the back door, So it looked to me like she provoked that thing. And if he snapped and kicked the ass, I could understand. I mean, you aren't supposed to hit women, but you can get a peaceful dog and provoke them to being vicious, or attacking.
I know with Ike, what I read, because Tina family was still close to Ike when he died, and she kept his last name for a reason, because he's rock and roll royalty. I mean, he's a pioneer in rock and roll. But like the thing about it was when he first started, I think B.B. King said that was the greatest band leader he ever saw. But he was really a strict taskmaster. If he caught you doing drugs, he kicked you out the band.
Yeah,
but when he got on drugs, it messed him up. He was bipolar too.
Well, that's what came out when he was on the show. But see, you know where he found Tina?
Where?
She did an impromptu appearance on a talent show they had at the Club Paradise.
In Memphis, okay.
That's where he discovered, that thing, proud motorcycles not allowed in it, 25, the speed limit.
Mm-hmm.
If you go up to Flatbush, Tennessee, which is right across the county line from Shelby County,
Mm-hmm.
There is an old, well, I used to ride a motorcycle back when, and there is an
Mm-hmm.
old convenience store, and it's got bushes, and down in the bushes for several years, there was a sign that said 25 miles an hour, motorcycles not allowed.
Mm.
That was the flatbush they were singing about.
Come on,
And the
Nutbush, right?
river
Nutbush.
wound around there, you know.
Nutbush. They got a museum for her Nutbush right now.
I know, but they ought to have it one for Ike. He's the one that wrote all that stuff and came up with the compositions and scored the music.
But he don't get enough credit. I mean, he's a music genius. He was a music genius. And Phil Spector spoke at his funeral of all people. Phil Spector said they did a number on Ike. That's the dude who killed a white woman in his mansion. That Phil Spector.
Well, what I'm saying is they did a number on him. See, that was pushing that narrative of toxic masculinity before we said toxic masculinity. That was a game. He said, I never did all those things to that woman. In fact, my pimp clients were saying when I ran into him, remember that movie, What Love Got to Do with It?
Yeah.
Remember the housekeeper who supposedly killed herself?
Mm-hmm.
All the pimps claim Tina shot that woman. You know, she popped a cap on somebody for looking cross-eyed.
Well, did you hear the Randy Jackson story that they say Randy Jackson was almost killed by Tina? She tried to kill Randy Jackson. You ever heard
she was
story?
A violent woman. Now, another instance I saw her, I was in Boys Market on Crenshaw, right by the railroad tracks, okay, if you've ever been in L.A. And I was in college. I'm standing in line, and there's 3 or 4 little cutie pies that were like 10th, 11th grade at Dorsey High from what they had on.
Yeah.
And in front of them was Tina.
Mm-hmm.
So they were saying, whispering, was that Miss Tina Turner? I think it is. It is Tina Turner, yes. And I'm just watching this. So one of them got to nerve, I'll say something. Says, Miss Turner? She turned around, bitch, did I give you funky ass permission to talk to me, ho? You look like you gonna talk to me without my permission. I'm gonna slap the grease off your ass. The girl started crying. Hey, shut up, goddammit, you irritating me.
Wow.
And she went, threw her money up and was rude to the clerk, stalked out of there. I said, damn. And this girl was just crying away, and her friends were all hugging her and patting her on the back. I said, wow. Tina Turner.
Gorilla pimp.
Man, I knew some gorilla pimps. We had them in Memphis. They'd go to Chicago and New York and run the Chicago and New York pimps off the corner and start running the local pimps' hoes for them.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they were vicious. They do shit like go up to Chicago, snatch them a little church-going girl that looked halfway cute, chain her to a bed in a cheap hotel, shoot her up with heroin for a week or so until she got to be a junkie, and just handcuff her ass to a bed and start selling discount pussy. 15, 25 people and be in line for me reading the police reports, and I got to associate local counsel and go up there and try to get these fools out of getting some kind of death penalty shit. But always got down to just assignation, a solicitation, a prosecution.
These were Memphis pimps going to Chicago doing it to Chicago women?
Hold on. You see this headline I just got? New York arrest a woman for declaring that these Asians were responsible for COVID-19 is a hate crime. Put her under arrest. That's free speech. Let me see what it says.
Okay.
Undercover Asian NYPD officer arrests woman for hate crime after she blames salon workers for COVID-19.
That's crazy. You got that from Team BJ, Bernard Johnson?
No, it's just came, not him. It just came. I get the news stuff that scrolls from various and sundry sources on my screen.
Okay, that's a lot of
crazy.
That's
you saying hate crime. You can't talk now.
Yeah. Well, where's
have action? See, this is what's screwed about this whole stuff they're doing.
Okay.
Subject slightly. Hate crime traditionally is you take some action against somebody, like you go lynch them, jack them up, beat them up, or something like that. You get the picture. Now, if you say something, it becomes a hate crime because it's hate speech, but it becomes a criminal act for which you can go to jail. When in the fuck did you ever get put in jail for your speech unless you were trying to intentionally incite somebody to immediate violence? And see, that's why it failed, by the way, on those impeachment articles, the second one against Trump about inciting violence. It's only incitement if you attempt to immediately incite lawless and violent behavior.
Wow.
So you talk about the efficacies all you want. Hell, that's the whole Second Amendment. In other words, the inherent possibility of citizen violence and resistance to a governmental attempt to overthrow the Constitution.
I mean, where is the so-called black congressional caucus on this attack on the black citizens, American citizens?
They're unbuckling, dropping breeches, dropping boxes, bending, spreading butt cheeks, and getting busted.
Yeah, I had to ask you this too. I know Bernard, I can't find the comment he had, BJ, King BJ, Bernard Johnson. Shout out to him out in Richmond. He talked about the Supreme Court ruling, Clarence Thomas and them ruling on the on big tech.
Oh, he did a good one.
Okay.
See, what happened is this group came up with some new ideas, and they wrote this whole software program. So Google was trying to license the program. So they gave these guys an offer they couldn't refuse. And they said, fuck you. So Google just stole the program. They even conceded they took 11,500 lines of programming and used it in their new phones. So the other guys, the little guys, sued. They had won all below. So Google took it to the Supreme Court, and on a 6-2 decision, the 6 said fair use, and Clarence Thomas wrote an opinion saying, look, this is wrong because it lets the little guys, the small guys, come up with an idea that they've got copyrighted, and somebody else can come in and just steal it, one of these big firms, and just drive small businessmen out. And then I agree with that, Miss Calidor. Yeah. It's another divide and conquer. But you see, what's bad about this Asian Protection Act and this hate crime thing? First off, there is not one damn act in the history of the United States where black folk are mentioned as the only beneficiary. So where did it get off specifically giving Asian something? But here's the other thing too. That's not the real problem. The real problem is what it puts in place as American law to deal with so-called hate crime being speech. You see, in the last several months, you have seen an onslaught of attacks on the First Amendment. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram ought to be declared to be public utilities. You can't have a phone company controlling what people say on the phone, even if it's against the law. But now they get to deal with the only public forums for this kind of electronic stand on a soapbox in a park or on the street corner type exchange they can censor. That is wrong. And that is straight out of the Nazi playbook. We'll be running around here saying Zeke fag, whatever in the hell it is.
Have you heard about
that's the other thing? Okay. What happens? You can say nigga all you want, chink all you, well, maybe not that anymore. Redneck, peckerwood, cracker, honky. You can say greaser, you can say beaner, you can say any other goddamn thing, but you can't say faggot.
Well, think about, that rapper YG, his song was removed called Meet the Flockers. Could talk about some reference to a Chinese neighborhood or something, how to rob a Chinese neighborhood or a house. I mean, they took his song out of rotation. And think about all the songs that belittle black folks. You had an actual genre of song called coon songs.
Yeah, I know.
You know
And
what
it's
I'm saying?
what
Like that
the
was that
hell?
long ago.
What the hell? You can play that all you want.
Right.
But you see, I think you should not treat anybody wrong because of what they are. I don't have any problems against Asians. I mean, I took a whole lot of karate and martial arts. All right. 50 years worth, 55 years worth of it. I don't have any problems with it. You know, with them is cool. But what they're citing as justification is a front because what you're talking about, this jackass, gay, white, Jewish congressman in Memphis, Steve Cohen, with his incompetent, useless ass, happens to be chairman of the House subcommittee that's dealing with this. And he's claiming 3,245 some Asians got jacked up last year. Well, that's less than it was the year before, and much less than it was the year before that. You know what you're looking at? That's just the collateral damage from operating a wig, weave, nail salon in the hood, a convenience store or a liquor store in the hood. And that's all across the country. It's actually low for the population. And far greater percentage of black folk who operate barbershops, beauty salons, the few that operate liquor stores, and the few that operate, very few that operate convenience stores. We have a much higher percentage of getting jacked up by folk that just, it ain't got nothing to do with you being Asian. You just running the shop in the hood. But you see, they put these draconian restrictions on the First Amendment in it. You talk about somebody and now it's hate speech. So not just unsavory, but it subjects you to criminal sanction. And then they lie. 8 Asians got jacked up in Atlanta. It wasn't 8 Asians, it was 6. 1 black woman and 1 black man who were in there. And guess what else? Both of those places where it happened were under investigation for running prostitution rings out there. And guess what the white boy confesses to who shot him up, confesses to it. He said, I wasn't going in there to kill them because of the Asians. I just got too tempted. I kept coming back and committing sin and too much temptation. They giving him head and hands, see? So that's what they do.
You know, like even Robert Kraft, the owner of the New England Patriots, he'll caught in one of those things, a massage parlors down in Florida, doing a sting operation. This is the owner of the Patriots, a billionaire. Then you got the situation in Texas with Deshaun Watson, which is confusing to me. I mean, like, what's going on? Your take on that, Judge? You know,
well, what happens is if you got money, you don't have to go get a rub down. You know, my wife used to like to get them all the time. So the massage therapist would bring a table oil and all that other stuff to the house, and they'd do it at the house, and my wife would always be insisting I needed one, so I'd get one every now and then. But I mean, you know, they come to your house, they do that. The lifestyle of the rich and famous is your wife doesn't go to the beauty salon, the beautician comes to the house. See, that's the way they roll when you got money. You don't have to sit down and everybody, hey man, ain't you so-and-so, man? My mama want an autograph, man. Can I have an autograph, man? Can I have a picture? You know, sometimes I'm a people person, but sometimes it gets ridiculous. Man, I mean, my mama like you. She a big fan. Well, could I finish taking this piss first? Well, that's all right. She don't mind a little pee.
People are crazy, man. You're right.
Look, excuse me, sister. If you want a picture, come over here. Don't be trying to take a picture over somebody's shoulder and hide. Just ask.
Right. But what you get done by Tina Turner, though? For every Judge Brown, there's a Tina Turner. Yeah. Well, you get chewed out by this person.
Man, one time, me and a homeboy, Cliff Stewart, I told you about him. He's dead now.
The great Cliff Stewart. Yeah.
Good friend for 55 years, my brother, you know. So I remember we were outside of Fort Bragg.
Yep.
And we were in this furniture warehouse. It was like 5 stories, you know, all kinds of furniture off in there. I was signing autograph pictures. I ran out of the supply that we had, and he had to go to Kinko's and get another supply. So I signed almost 5,000 pictures, and the temperature on the wall was 107 degrees up in there. And then no air conditioning because the doors are wide open and they got lines 3 floors long, you know. So
Wow.
I signed autographs from like 10 in the morning until 8 at night.
Wow.
And I would always sign something. See, people get crazy. One big old sister came up there, Judge, I got a special request. Could you autograph my drawers? This woman hiked her dress off, pulled some size 56 drawers up that took up the whole table. Man, I'm a judge. I can't do that. You got to put your panties back on. So she hiked that bad elephant butt up, pulled her drawers back up. Damn.
Oh God.
It's 107 degrees up in here.
Did you
Please.
smell anything? You smell something weird?
Yes.
Like a fish market or something?
I signed, she'd been waiting in line 2.5 hours. So I signed a picture. You know, I never just signed my name sincerely. I always put some little message. It was always individual. This is a way to think quick on your feet. But I mean, good Lord, some people do some dumb shit, you know?
Now, even if you appear on local news, I saw you on Channel 5. I want to give you a blowjob. It's Channel 5, man. I mean, people kind of weird about celebrities. Celebrity is a weird thing. That's why we can't get nowhere. Because we think our celebrities supposed to be like Malcolm X and Dr. King or somebody. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Look at celebrities being leaders.
I always had a word for people, but I tell you what I do. Before COVID-19 hit, you know, I'm famous for closing a restaurant down.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd get a book and I'd read and they'd close down. And then the waiters start coming over and they start asking for advice.
Okay.
And you give them some world advice. I tip waiters well. You go places with me. Judge, I waited on you back, blah, blah. I said, yeah, I remember. You used to work at Yeah, you remember. I said, yeah. And see, I always tip well. I don't just tip 20%.
Mm-hmm.
And they tell me things. Judge, my nephew work out at the Memphis Country Club. He won't tell you something he overheard out there. Come on. I'll call him up. You gonna be here for a bit? Yeah, just keep bringing the club soda. Okay. And 15 minutes later, here's dude. So hey, Judge, my grandmama said you represented my granddaddy. I said, what's his name? Yeah, I did. Back by 1983, 84, somewhere. Yeah, you remember. I got a good memory. Okay, fine. He said, well, they were out there plotting. What are they saying, son? So he tell me, you know, like when we work at a place like that, they look at us like animated appliances. So they keep yakking. They don't realize we be listening. But you see, most of the time, nobody to say anything about. But if somebody treats one of your relatives and you tell them, say, you tell that man. See, I locked some people up, but I let some people out too. And the reputation I had at the jail was he'll give you a break, but don't cross him because he will kick your ass. And I say, you fucked up. You got chumped out. You bought into it. And thank you for doing what you did because we need you to keep doing what you're doing. Oh, you mean that I reform? Hell no, I ain't talking about your ass reforming, fool. I'm talking about you committing those crimes. Don't you know how important it is for you to commit crime? Huh? We need you, man. It distracts the public from all these other things like economics. I mean, and it fucks up your community so they can't vote, man. And all the folk make big bucks off of your dumb ass, you know. But when you get to the penitentiary, they make lots of money feeding you, clothing you, keeping you from being unruly. You know, those collect calls, they make a whole millions of dollars off of you off of that. Yeah, they need you. And you keep your ass out the labor market because they don't have enough jobs going around. We couldn't survive without you committing those crimes. So keep them up. Huh? Almost reverse psychology, but it's the truth. This society does not have enough jobs to go around, so it has surplus labor. So when you fuck up and cut up, you help get yourself removed from the labor market. You unglut it so the people that are out there still can get jobs so they don't get unruly. Remember, that's what Timothy McVeigh blew up that courthouse in Oklahoma City about. He got real unruly and perturbed about him getting cut out of what he thought was his due in terms of being able to work, not getting something handed to him. And you know what he used? These fools running around with gun control. That ain't the dangerous thing. He still got the biggest bag with ammonium nitrate fertilizer. If you read up or you've been in the military, you know how to sensitize the stuff. Matter of fact, that's the ingredient in 155 millimeter howitzer shells that the Army uses. You take that, you set it off. It's a low frequency explosion. It gives a long push and it's great for taking down buildings. And by the way, you know what the biggest haul of school children is?
What?
What year do you think it occurred in?
What's talking about the year of the Oklahoma bombing you talking about? Or
no, I'm talking about the biggest bag of school children killed in somebody's attack. What year do you think it occurred in?
2001?
1927. Somebody blew up a school with dynamite because he was mad. And it was a suicide bombing. It was in a truck and he blew himself up with it. Dynamite.
I think I remember reading something about that.
1927. So, you know, it's not that this shit hadn't happened before, but he had some problems very similar. And, you know, they weren't putting it as a thing back then. Everybody remarked that this dude had a problem with being bullied a lot. And see, every one of these creepy fools that goes around doing this unmanly, unmasculine, blowing up kids bit, they all got bullied and they didn't know how to deal with it. And if you notice, by the way, the uptick in violent stuff that's being reported, now some of that's because they're reporting it, but some of the other bunch of some of the other stuff is because for the last year and a half, you've been having the Democratic Party, LGBTQ, BLM, and mainstream media giving their stamp of approval and encouragement to this street violence, nominally to get rid of Trump.
Right.
To protest Black lesbian mania. By the way, I talked to one of the women that was on the original thing, 1927 bombing. That's it right there.
Bath, Michigan. Wow. I just want to show people because Judge be on it, man. Because I like, you know, who y'all getting this information? I mean,
I just read a lot.
Yeah. Well, you know,
I don't listen to music much. I don't watch basketball, don't watch football. I read. Just get more knowledge and more information. You have a bigger data set you can make decisions with. And history repeats. So if you read enough history, you find there things that remind you of what's going on now. So you study them and you see what happened, why it happened, and you learn the lessons.
Said it happened on May 18th, 1927, and resulted in the deaths of 44 people, including 38 students. Wow.
1927. You think?
And they found several hundred pounds of stuff that didn't get exploded. Like,
yeah, could have been bigger.
Yeah, they found another 500 pounds of unexploded power tool dynamite rigged up around the school's basement, along with a container of gasoline that may have been placed there to cause a fire if the dynamite failed. Wow, this dude was on a mission.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's nothing new.
Right. But we don't know. We so ahistorical as a society. We don't study history. We think
everybody else in the world says America has a memory of about 2 years.
Wow.
You know what I found interesting? I ran into an Islamic coffee shop in Italy. And somebody that was in the party could also speak Arabic, right? I said, what are they talking about? He's saying they're singing about somebody who was in Saladin's entourage, who was a hero at a time in 1187 AD. Like, whoa. See, they don't forget. We can't even remember 2 years.
That's why Iran don't like America. I mean, like they remember what happened back in Operation Ajax back in the 50s, where they overthrew their democratically elected government, the CIA and MI6, because they
Well,
wanted to.
how about earlier than that? The Shah of
Okay.
Iran, who was propped up by the American government.
Mm-hmm.
Henry Kissinger asked him to call the meeting that led to the formation of OPEC. Henry Kissinger chaired the meeting where OPEC decided to have the first oil crisis. A roommate of mine was named Fassa. He's from Nigeria. He wound up climbing high. They didn't put him on a wall and shoot him, but he wound up deputy chief minister of energy. And by the way, he was into nuclear physics when he was at UCLA and was my roommate. He advised that Kissinger told everyone to sink every dime they could find into Japanese and German automotive manufacturing, because when they set OPEC up, they could generate massive inflation that would wipe out their debt and create a market for German and Japanese cars. And my friend was a ridiculous billionaire off the record.
Mm-hmm.
Smart man, but see, you do that, and then you go back further. You ever heard of Lawrence of Arabia?
Yes, I know the
Lawrence
movie.
of
The movie. Yeah.
Arabia helped break off what is now Iraq from the Turkish Ottoman Empire, because Churchill wanted oil for the Navy. So they had Anglo-Persian oil, which is now BP. The British government bought a 51% controlling interest in Anglo-Persian oil. They split Iraq off of the Turkish Empire. And then in 1922, when they wanted to get a special supply, they sent the Royal Marines in and they severed off Kuwait from Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
And they installed a lot of other people
You ever
to
heard this
be
guy?
puppets.
There's Enrico Mattei that they got rid of. He was trying to control the oil over there in Italy. Are you familiar with him?
1906 something,
And he died October.
born, yeah.
Yeah, 1962. But I think he died in a plane crash, some type of convenient plane crash.
Yeah, all kinds of plane crashes.
Yeah, we did. Likely caused by a bomb in the plane, although it has never been established which group might have been responsible for his death. Made a lot of powerful, enemies. He controlled the ENI, a powerful company. So much so the Italians called it a state within the state. You think about Godfather 3, we talked about the Vatican, how they were in bed with the mob in terms of banking matters. That's real. Me folks, man, they don't play, man. They play for keeps, man. I don't think black folks, we so silly. We care about NBA All-Star games and who's gonna win the MVP. These white folks talking about world domination. I remember reading about the founder of the Kansas City Chiefs. His father was H.L. Hunt, oil man who was connected to the Kennedy assassination. Lamar Hunt and his brothers tried to take over the silver market back in the 70s. They're trying to control the world's silver market. This is the guy who founded the Kansas City Chiefs, one of the founding fathers of the American Football League, which is known as the American Football Conference in the NFL. These white folks, they play it on a higher level than a lot of us. We don't think big enough.
I know some of them. I know some billionaires for real. Sit out at the dinner table. I told you the woman that was formerly Secretary of Education for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
She'd been to my house for dinner.
Yeah.
She and my wife were friends, ex-wife. And she got enabled because her husband bought her into that kind of thing. He was the heir to the Mary Kay Cosmetics fortune. He was a nerd, but she was always interested. She had a project called the Aspen Youth Experience. She, my wife, and some other folk, they went around and they got Hispanic and Black kids and Native American kids and would have them spend the summers with billionaires so they could see the other side of life. And instead of talking about Jesus at the kitchen table and gossip and low down crap, they would get to sit at the table while billionaires discuss the ins and outs of business and how to make money. And interestingly enough, their graduates have been through the program and out and grown, and some of them are in their mid-30s now, and they're doing pretty well. So she was into that. Betsy DeVos, yeah.
You know who her brother is, right?
No,
Eric Prince, the founder of Blackwater, the mercenary group. That's a brother.
I'm
He's a
not
billionaire.
surprised. Also, see, Blackwater is a subsidiary of Halliburton, and that's the Bushes.
Oh my God! Like it said, DeVos was married to former Amway CEO Dick DeVos. I guess it's Amway, and her brother Eric
Amway.
Prince is a former U.S. Navy SEAL officer who's the founder of Blackwater.
Yeah, but see, that's wrong. His name, he was with Mary Kay.
You sure it wasn't Amway? I mean, I heard that
You can't
before.
trust this. He said at my kitchen table, my dining room table, several times eating dinner, or we were out drinks where my wife wanted to go. That's Mary Kay. See, that's wrong. You can't trust everything. I got it from the horse's mouth on more than one occasion.
Her father is Edgar Prince, the founder of the Prince Corporation. The family listed as the 88th richest in America with an estimated net worth of 5.4 billion. So she just came from money. This is billions and billions upon billions. It's crazy.
It says DeVos is married to former Amway CEO Dick DeVos.
Yeah.
Dick DeVos is the son of Miss Mary Kay, who started Mary Kay Cosmetics.
Okay. But I'm saying, even at this, I mean, this is crazy. Like, black people, we've been here forever, though, man. Our folks probably been here longer than their ancestors in this country, and yet they
but remember when I said you think in terms of the landscape and worldview that they want you to have?
Yeah.
That's why Mexicans come over here. They're worse off than us, but they make it because they don't have the mindset we do. They don't see the world the way we see it. You know, we look at it strangely.
When we look at something,
what's that?
How can we change that mindset? Is it possible
you have to start thinking differently? Reject everything you've been told. Being Hotep, all this other, that isn't it either. Being so trendy is not it. You have to start thinking. And then the problem is a lot of people can't think well enough, so they have to be led. So if you're going to be a leader, you have to be conscientious enough to get it together inside your own head so you can lead. Another truth, leadership imposes itself. Because if you want to see leadership, go to the zoo on your lunch break. Okay. Since there's COVID, go down there if your zoo is open. Watch the baboons and the chimpanzees. Just watch them several weeks running. And you will see politics. You will see the alpha females maneuvering for position. You'll see the alpha males moving from position. They fight. They go through all kinds of changes. But here's what we forget sometimes these days is the alpha male is the member of the pack that's closest to the danger when it threatens. We thinking, see, I mean, I sit down at a table with white billionaires, and the guy's talking about, man, I had a bad problem trying to develop this thing in downtown Aspen, man. We ran into some mine problems that were unmapped, uncharted, and we got some the grounds subsiding. I need $52 million. Oh, man, wow, he had $52 million in 48 hours. When we sit down at a table and talk, it ain't nothing like I hear sitting down around a black table. Everybody talking about Jesus and how many times they've been blessed and all that. You didn't hear any of that. They talk about hard, cold business. They ain't talking about the Lakers and, you know, the Celtics and the Grizzlies and all that. And shit, that Grizzly mascot looks more like a goddamn werewolf to me. Man, you want to go to Grizzly? Why do I want to go to Grizzly, man? I can read. Read, yeah, it's more entertaining. Yeah. To me, it looks like a bunch of kids on an elementary school playground going around and playing ball. Okay, if your kid is out there, fine. He ain't your kid, you know, and you got people out there getting paid millions of dollars who are younger than your youngest child. And it's, to me, it's like looking at kids on a playground. So why I want to look at kids on the playground? I got better things to do. I'm an adult. And besides, Caesar said it 2,000 years ago, Donne Sicelsi, Donne Pane Sicelsiae. Give them bread and circuses. That's Latin for it. And I'll be damned if I am going to sit there and be given circuses and I can buy my own damn bread. See, in Rome, they had the bread dough. People would line up and get the bread.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nothing wrong with pussy now. Somebody said we're too preoccupied with sex. See, that's being an alpha male. You spend your lifetime in the pursuit, acquisition, and enjoyment of nookie. And in order to do that, you got to be able to support yourself, because in older times, see, the alpha male would have a whole bunch of wives that the tribe hoped he bred with, because the offspring that he produced would be more likely to have his characteristics that made him chief.
But my thing is, Judge, it's weird with all this black girl magic backfiring, because they talking about, they got a hashtag talking about protect black women. Well, raise black men. Raise black men, you black women be protected. But y'all don't want no. See, like we on a group of people that our men are just at a low, that's at the bottom right now. And like you say, Judge, and it sticks with me now. You judge a group by the achievements of their men. And if your man ain't doing stuff, it's like even with Prince Philip, even though he's a prince, but still he's a power. He's part of a powerful organization. And like we got baby boy on the couch playing PlayStation 5 all day and waiting for the next pair of Jordans to come out. It's like our men like that in their third. I'm not knocking them, but a lot of our men is a state of arrested development.
You should knock them, because what did black folk used to go to church for? So the preacher could preach about hell, brimstone, and damnation. Now they don't say shit about that. All you got to do is believe. The other thing too, ladies, I'll be candid. I apologize for this, but it's the truth. You judge the status of a people by the status of its men, because if the men ain't shit, the only thing happens is when the strong arm folk come in, they fuck all the women when they kill all the men.
Genghis
and
Khan.
There ain't shit you can do about them taking your nookie if they come through. I talked to some Cliff again. He had a condo in Prague, Czech Republic. Yeah, beautiful housekeeper. She and her friends came over for a visit. All beautiful movie star looking women. And we were talking about their attitude towards sex. She said, well, look, we got a different attitude about it, because we know how important our men are. My great-grandmother tells me about how before World War II, we didn't have proper respect for our men. And then when the Nazis came through, they fucked all of our great-grandmothers and grandmothers. And we got some great uncles and aunts. We don't know who the daddy is. And then 3 years later, when the hordes of the Soviet Union came through, they fucked all the grandmothers and great-grandmothers. So it's kind of, we understand if the men get whipped, we get raped. See, black women need to do that. If the men get whipped, the women get raped.
That need to be hashtag and a trending right now.
If the men get whipped, the women get raped.
You even think about the Asians, right? Look at Genghis Khan. What did they do to know that he made, he was victorious? They screwed everything. They screwed all the women. And a lot of people are related to Genghis Khan because of that. You conquer through sex. And
then 3 generations, the offspring of the raped women become part of the conquering hordes.
Yeah. But what do you think, Judge, about all this investment into black women? Like you look at Goldman Sachs and other organizations, like even GM, the Chevrolet, the Cadillac folks.
Destroy the black men, because the bottom line is you turn the boys into punks instead of the men. Gets back to that equation. If the men get whipped, the women get raped.
Yep. I was like tired of the lie that, some women say, well, black men didn't defend us, protect us. You hear a lot of black men, even the Houston race riot of 1917, I believe, was started by black soldiers protecting a black woman from police brutality.
Yeah.
See, they killed some white boys down in Houston because of that, and they got lynched for it.
It's like this. Black women have a habit of hating men, and unconsciously they take it out on their sons. That's the nearest man at hand they can do that.
Right.
And the other thing is it's become popular to have children. That's sort of a rite of passage. And marriage that's supposed to go along with it has become poison.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Black lesbian mania, BLM. We must destroy the traditional nuclear family. We must destroy cisgender privilege in the family. We are a queer affirming network.
Right.
It's bullshit. Now, excuse me.
I know it's like I bet you got allergies or what, the pollen, or you good?
Yeah, allergies. Doctor tells me if you got this kind of heavy allergy, you're not likely to get cancer. So I'll take that.
Oh, yeah, that's a good trade-off.
Take some
I wouldn't wish cancer.
Nobody in my family has had cancer.
That's good. I wouldn't wish cancer.
Uncles,
yeah.
Grandparents, parents.
You got good genes, Judge. I guess that's why you can take all those.
They're all dead now, but
they live long lives though, right, Judge? Your folks live long, right? You said your grandfather died at 100.
Chain smoked.
Say that again.
Except the ones that chain smoked.
Well, they made it to 85, right?
80 and 77, the two that chain smoked.
Well,
the rest of them didn't. They all made. The rest of them, every single aunt I have made it to 96 or above.
Wow.
One uncle, he drank himself to death out of grief.
How old was he when he passed?
Probably about 70.
Well, hell, that's not bad for alcoholic.
One grandfather made it quite over 100, and the other one made it to 98. One was a doctor, one was a bishop, a preacher.
Impressive. And I love the fact
the preacher was a pimp. He just pimped his congregation. He was with the Church of God in Christ. He was one of Bishop Mason's first disciples and took that Church of God in Christ to Kansas City back in the late 19th century. But he was a pimp.
Well, you know what?
I mean, relative, but
if you're great at your job, you're gonna be a pimp. I mean, if you're a preacher, you very good at communicating.
No, I mean, he was a pimp. He'd sit there, and I used to get on him like when I was grown. When I really got to talk to him, he didn't like me, but I was graduating from college. I said, look, I'll ask you a question. Why is it that you had his reputation for having all these people during the Depression scrimp, not eat, so they can lavishly feed you, and you go around and you eat up all this food at all? He wasn't fat either, but he wouldn't take any of his children to the doctor. So I had lots of aunts and uncles I never met because they died because he prayed over it. Matter of fact, that's what killed him. He got gashed on the leg, so he never would get to see a doctor, and it would stink like hell because it was infected. I said, your leg stinks. Why don't you, doctor? Oh, I believe in prayer. I said, well, that's why you're such a damn fool anyway. Excuse me. What'd you say? I said, you're a damn fool, and you're low down, and you're a pimp.
So you're like a father divine.
Your children had holes in the soles of your shoes, but your mistress had a new Cadillac or Packard every 2 years.
But he had a large following, though, right? He had a lot of folks that thought he was wise counsel, right? I
don't know what the hell.
But it's kind of like, well, that's crazy, man.
But you see, that was the thing. See, people do all kinds of stuff for selfish reasons. And other people will fall for all kinds of shit for stupid reasons. And as far as being a fool and getting exploited, white boy P.T. Barnum said it. Mr. Barnum, how are you going to make money off of something as ridiculous as this? It'd take a fool to come in and spend money on this. He said, there's one born every moment, every minute. I said, what? There's a fool born every minute.
Wow.
And look at us. We listen to Cardi B. She's not even American. And she a street walking hoe. I know she made good money for her pimps. And then she wants to brag about how she robbed her tricks by getting them high. And I used to represent a lot of pimps and hoes.
Yes.
They got the rent paid, secretary paid, car note paid. But a hoe is a hoe. And, you know, you really got to understand hoes when you know them and represent them. They hate themselves. They have such low self-esteem.
Mm-hmm.
And pimps are the lowest goddamn scum on the earth. It used to be in a penitentiary. The only thing lower than pimps were pedophiles, and now the pedophiles are getting protected. And pimps are elevated. Man, it's about pimping, man. And the pimp, the only person in the jailhouse that sucked more dick than pimps were the pedophiles. And the pimps sucked the second biggest amount of dick.
Oh my God. Judge, hey, it is what it is, right? Or can we change
But people say, man, you got to pimp it, man. No, ain't nothing cool about pimping.
Mm.
See, a man's job is to protect womanhood and promote young manhood.
Wow.
You ain't doing that, you ain't being a man. Because the bottom line is it's all about the tribe. And you're supposed to be willing to die for the tribe. And if you die for the tribe's supposed to raise your sons like you so they will be great warriors and hunters. And see, I gave some years ago, and they made a little poster out of it about what that phrase that witch Hillary Clinton stole, takes a village to raise a child. That isn't what it says. It says, "Oh man, warrior, hunter, or great man of your tribe, do not fear to die for your tribe, because if you do so, your village will raise your sons to be men like you."
Wow. Judge,
That's the Yoruba proverb.
Now this is what King BJ, he wants you to judge. You rolling today.
Oh, this bitch for bitch mania. Goddamn bunch of pimp ass bitches. And I call them that. They're the ones put that shit out till me and King BJ got on their ass for a month running and got all over Twitter about their manifesto. I just quoted some of them. And see, these hoes are paying themselves $250,000 a year. They disclosed that they received 97 million, but guess what? 2001, when they took down Twin Towers, Al-Qaeda's budget for the year was 32 million. So they have been financing all of these BLM LGBT spring break moments for the last year and a half, providing the communications. And on their site, it says, we provide organization and communication for protests and demonstrations. That $97 million, according to their site, is split three ways. 1/3 goes to LGBTQ. 1/3 goes to Act Blue, which is a Democratic Party fundraising organism. And 1/3 goes to BLM. And these witches take $1 million out in primary salaries, in addition to bonuses and everything else, so that heifer can buy that house. Now in California, there's not that much house. It's okay.
I just
but you know, she pimping.
Yeah, I just want to give people some game right quick. There was a Jewish guy that was on my show. He used to work for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference down in Georgia. He used to work for Dr. King directly. And he would tell me how the nonprofit was a big pimp gang. You know, basically he was breaking down about the Southern Poverty Law Center, how they had just a huge endowment and Morris D's, and his partner was making 6 figures a year. And that's just their fee, their base fee. I mean, Julian Bond helped found the Southern Poverty Law Center, but you ain't talking about consulting fee.
Look,
fees,
I practiced law for
none of that
50
stuff.
years. I never found out what the hell they did that was relevant.
Right.
You try to go to them, you couldn't get any help, you couldn't get any documentation, you couldn't get any resource material, you couldn't get any research. So what the hell are they for? Pimping.
Yeah, so this is the site. I try to look at. They got there's a whole bunch of Black Lives Matter organizations in there. I don't know which one the black lesbian mania people found it, but they all in here. And by law, you got to disclose your financial state as if you are a nonprofit, a 501c3. So Charity Navigator is a great site to look up nonprofits and see how much money they really making off the people, because it is what it is.
You remember when they had Jerry Lewis and he had that March of Dimes?
Oh yeah, I can't forget that. Oh, you talking about like yeah, Jerry's Kids, yeah, the marathon on Labor Day.
Yeah, they jacked them up, and they showed that out of every dollar you gave them, only 4 cents to 6 cents went to the kids. The rest of it went to paying salaries and bonuses and vacations, travel, and all that other stuff. It's a hustle.
It is that I just want people to know it's a grand hustle that's been going on. So it's not just with the so-called, Black Lesbian Matters movement. It's been going on for a while. So I just want to show the people the Southern Poverty Law Center right quick. It's charitynavigator.org. All these nonprofits. Let's see. Trying to find. I'm trying to find what their endowment is, but go ahead, Judge. I'm just looking for their endowment statement, how much they was worth. But last time I saw, it was like it was over $250 million, their endowment. Like you said, the name, they got the word poverty in their name, though, but they're far from impoverished. Let's see.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's interesting. It's a game, but it's not like they could make a car that could last for 50 years and run on water if they wanted to, but there's no money in the cure. There's no money in doing things that type of way, because it's all about it's not about solving the problem, but how do you make money off the problem? How can you use the crisis that you create to benefit your pockets or other means outside of really helping people? Because if these organizations are really doing their job, they would not exist. If they were really able to end poverty, there'll be no need for them or whatever they do. I don't know what the hell they doing. Like you said, you don't know what their statement really is, but I'm just trying to let's see. But it's fascinating. But I gotta ask you about. I mean, it's Hollywood and stuff like that. You say you don't like music, which is interesting. I don't know. We trust people that don't like music. You like music, but you don't care for it. I mean, what is it?
What it is I'll listen to it, but there's nothing to focus on. I always wanted to hear what was going on around me for situational awareness. I've been like that since I've been a kid. Okay. It always struck me as like, man, you walk around with a boom box, 12 pounds on your shoulder. Like listening to your music, or you walk your ear on bopping. Somebody sneak up on you and hijack your ass, fool. I mean, what's wrong with you? Pay attention. My old man always said, always pay attention. Look and listen. And that's ever since I was a little kid. Look
and listen.
And listen.
So I found what I was looking for, Judge. I'm going to get people to understand. These folks, man, are making money. So this is from the fiscal year of 2019. The total revenue for 2019 is $117,034,012. They made almost $120 million back in 2019 for total revenue. That's crazy. And they Southern Poverty Law Center. And their net assets are.
What did they do with it?
That's what I'm saying. Their net assets are almost $600 million. Last time I checked, it was like close to 300 million, but then I highlighted it. I think y'all can see the highlight. Yeah, I highlighted it. It's grayed out, but it's like I'm pointing my pointer. It's almost $600 million. Their net assets. And you got all these poor black folks. Morris D's, they help a black woman whose son was a lynching victim. They found her son hanging from a tree in her front yard, and they sued the United Klan of America, which is one of the largest Klan chapters in the country. And she won the deed to their land. So they was able to use black misery to make a killing, where their organization now is worth it has almost $600 million in net assets. So this is charitynavigator.org. You know, you want to know about these nonprofits? They're talking about we need your money. There is no money in the cure. There's only money in the problem. There's more money in the problem. So I'm going to say that's crazy, Judge. What do you think about that?
It's about right.
That's insane.
There's all kinds of ways to make hustles.
But you know what? I just lost a friend. I guess he's like a comrade. I don't know if you ever heard this brother named Alvin Sykes out of Kansas City. He's the architect behind the Emmett Till bill. This guy was poor as a church mouse when he died. A 8th grade dropout, had one of the best legal minds in the country. Got it done. You know, but yet he was constantly poor. I mean, he was constantly living from house to house. Died at 64 in a hospice care. But he's not a household name. He was doing the work that people think Ben Crump should be doing, or Lee Merritt, or some of these activists should be doing.
That. If you really wanted a black lawyer who'd go in and kick ass,
the
name is Willie Gary, and he's semi-retired.
Okay.
Willie Gary is a black lawyer who currently holds the record for the largest jury verdict in the entire history of American law that has survived the appellate process. 40 years ago, he got a verdict against a Canadian company for inappropriate treatment of bodies in funeral homes for a nice round total of $750 million. The only one that's been bigger than that was the Exxon Valdez recovery, which got set aside on appeal. He also holds the verdicts for the 4th, 5th, and 7th largest jury verdicts in American history. The 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 8th, and 9th largest settlements in American history. Now, he got $750 million. Yeah, I know him.
WillieGary.com. That's the website, y'all.
He went to his college with all this stuff in a paper bag. He performed as water boy to get some pocket money for his first year, convinced them to let him play football. He got a football scholarship, finish up the school, and every few years he gives his alma mater a $10 million check, endowment check. He's only 5'6". He's also something of a preacher. Puts on a hell of a performance. You need that tiger when you've got a case in court. Now, let me give you something else. 2011, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, in making the final appellate decision on this case of the the crew and producers of So You Want to Be a Millionaire. Heard of it? They gave an award against Walt Disney and ABC of $680 million. And that was for some frustrated folk in Hollywood. Now, contrast that with $27 million for Floyd, and what was it, 16 for Breonna Taylor for negligence. You see how weak that is, 16 and 27 for killing versus 680, 750 million. See, my personal opinion, no aspersions on Ben Crump, but you want somebody like Johnny Cochran or the gentleman we just got through talking about here, Willie Gary, who try cases, lots of cases. There aren't too many around, because the people that get the best offers are the people who try cases, because the opposition knows how they can kick ass. If you don't try a lot of cases, they'll say, fuck you, take it or leave it, let's go to trial. Now, I'll give you an example. The gentleman I'm talking about is a damn good lawyer. His name's Sam Perkins, but he's dead now. Sam was a hell of a defense lawyer, but I was one of his mentors. Now, Sam had never tried a case before, and this was 35 years ago, something like that. And he came running down to me. I'm still practicing law. I was in the zoo down there at General Sessions at 201 Poplar here. They said, Joe, man, I got this case, man. They offered my client 10 years. He's saying he ain't taking shit, man. I said, well, tell me about the case. So and so and so and so. Well, go up and tell him so and so and so and so. He ran up. They dropped it down to 8 years. Well, okay, fine, but he's not taking that. Okay, well, let me finish up, blah, 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 blah. Man, damn. Judge, we going to trial. I said, well, tell you what, Judge Wyman in Division 1, you go up and you tell him that Joe Brown will be up there to help you try the case whenever he comes back from lunch. Okay, so came back down. Judge is waiting on you. He said, give me 5 minutes, went up there. Mr. Brown, are you going to be involved in this case? Yes, sir. I'm going to be associated with Mr. Perkins. He said, well, do you need a reset? I said, no, sir. We'll be ready for trial. Whatever time the court's coming back from lunch, whenever at the court's convenience, if you could tell Mr. So-and-so, the jury foreman, commissioner rather, to bring over, 75, Your Honor, so we can select the jury, we'll be ready. This prosecutor ran out, how about 5 years? Nope, no deal. So we come back after lunch. The jury's got 10 minutes before the commissioner brings over. Well, 2 years. No. When the jury got there out front, the guy announced it. He said, well, let me talk with you. So he said, how about if we just null process this? I said, assess cost. Sam said, why you want him to add cost? I said, because jeopardy attaches, so no jerk can come back and pick it back up. So I said, let me talk to your client. I said, you know who I am? He said, well, I've heard of you. I said, well, okay, it was 10 years. Now they're dropping it, but I'm not going to let them drop it. I want them to assess cost. Well, how come I said, because it's an insurance policy that they can't pick it up. If they just null process it, that's nullo prosecute. That means they dismiss it. They can pick it back up. If you pay cost, jeopardy attaches and it's dead. He said, shit, man. Let me see if I said, just hold on. I'll get you 90 days to pay the cost. So the judge took the doggone thing. I said, we'll pay the cost, Jeff. Your Honor gives us 90 days. That's the charge going to be dropped. Yeah, that's fine. He said, if you're done, jeopardy does attach. I said, I've explained that to the client. How'd you do that? I said, because every time I come up in here, I kick some goddamn ass, one way or the other. So they don't fuck with me, because if you go up there to the DA's office, they have a sign posted in each section up there. It says, if any of the lawyers on this list have a trial, please come and see your division chief and then the deputy chief prosecutor, because you'll need the help. See, so these folk that just walk in there that advertise about criminal law, they used to come in my courtroom. They'd have 10, 15 people a day on the docket, but they weren't shit because they never tried a case, and they'd give them awful offers. Like one time, the public offender in my courtroom was coming up with the DA. They were announcing that it was not going to go to trial because the charges were going to be dismissed. So this dude, before it can be announced, walks in and tells the court he's going to assume the case. And could he have a 2-week reset? I said, well, whatever. He comes back, he wants to plead the guy out for 5 years. So I wouldn't take it. So I embarrassed him and put this other fool in a place. I said, you may not know it, but the last time you were set, your appointed counsel had an agreement with the state of Tennessee to drop these charges. Now you went and hired somebody who has never had a trial up in criminal court, and he's offering you 5 years. The court will not accept this.
Wow. Now, Judge, I want to. Yeah, go ahead, Judge.
So you see how this works about reality check.
Yeah, I just want to read.
But this is who you need.
Right.
Somebody out of his office, Willie Gary, if you have a problem.
Yeah, he got some.
This man kicked plenty of ass in his lifetime. He's got a whole 6-story office building in Boca Raton and 3 jet planes in his house until he and his wife broke up. Was a converted hotel.
Wow.
On a mountainside.
I'm gonna read this first paragraph right quick. I just want to give people an idea what you're talking about, Judge. This is not this is not a fairy tale. This is not no mythology person. He's an actual real Black American dude doing his thing. Attorney Willie E. Gary earned a reputation as the giant killer by taking down some of America's most well-known corporate giants on behalf of his clients. He has won some of the largest jury awards and settlements,
the largest,
including cases valued in excess of $30 billion. Gary's amazing success has earned him national recognition as one of this country's leading trial attorneys, but yet he's not a household name in black America like a Ben Crump, who is nowhere in his league. He is nowhere in his league, Judge.
Yeah, I'm 7 days older than he is. He's a good guy. I know him personally. He and Johnny Cochran. Johnny Cochran I met back in 1966. He's a fellow UCLA alumni like me. See, so when you want a good lawyer, what Smokey Robinson say 1959? My mama told me you better shop around.
I want to ask, people asking about A.L.L Sharp and his National Action Network. That's on Charity Navigator, but they are not as forthcoming as some of the other people like Southern Poverty Law Center.
Oh, fuck A.L. Sharp.
I gotta show him this. I gotta show. Come on, I know, I but people see
unreliable pimp, pimp in the movement.
So his company made the most recent fiscal year reported. They spent almost $6 million.
100% of program expenses.
So imagine what else. I worked for Al. When Al Sharpton came down here to Memphis for the 40th anniversary of the MLK assassination commemoration, my mom, who's an organizing, brilliant woman, Sister Callie Harris, she organized the volunteer corps for the National Action Network, and we saw some of the things they were doing up close. So it's fascinating how they worked there because they was at the Peabody, and I think before he left, they owed the Peabody money, but they did a lot of things in cash. See
only. How much they spent? $5,662,862, and most of that was for promotion of Al Sharpton's brand, and for parties and vacations, and for buying fried chicken. Did he say?
Man, it's hard. It's hard to be woke. It's a hard business. It's woke
James
business.
Brown's boyfriend.
Yeah, woke business is show business.
That's why he kept wearing that processed head. Like
yes, sir.
Mick said, processed hair equals a processed mind.
So then what? Go to Charity Navigator. If you curious about a nonprofit that you want to donate to these people, check them out on Charity Navigator. The fact that Al Sharpton and them don't put everything on there, it is what it is. It's a game. But I just want to let people know these resources. It was a Jewish guy that worked for Dr. King that told me the business about these people.
See, you have these people who that's their hustle. That's how they earn their money. Does Sharpton ever preach in a church?
Not that I can recall. But he was a product. He was a preaching prodigy, right? I mean, he started young preaching.
Don Cornelius was trying to get James Brown on Soul Train. James Brown said he would come if he let this 15-year-old boy, Al Sharpton, preach. Don Cornelius did not want anybody preaching on Soul Train. I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
So what happened was that a client of mine, still around, it was Don Cornelius's business manager. So he called me up, told me about it. I said, well, look, since you guys recorded the tape, you can just edit that mess out.
Right.
Go 10 minutes longer so you have more filler in there, which is basically what they did. They let him put on an appearance. But there was some reported incidents in the bathroom that some people stumbled in on.
Jesus Christ. It never fails, man. I always tell them, sex, you can't have. What's the point of having power without some type of, sex stuff going on?
Yeah, well, see, the bottom line is sissified Al Sharpton is deep off into that LGBTQ stuff. So he ain't a friend. I mean, it's their right, but the bottom line is that when an organization is diametrically opposed to your own interest as a race and as a people,
we know, Judge,
your loyalties are kind of divided.
I always call Al Sharpton
We
the
need
cool.
black families, and LGBTQ is against nuclear families and against cisgender privilege, which is cis is a 100-year-old word the Germans invented to express the male function in sexual activity. And about 8 years ago, these clowns with LGBTQ picked it up to use it as a slur against straight men and straight women, cis.
Wow.
See, 25 years ago, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, gender and sex were simultaneous. Now they have taken a word and they've morphed it, claimed it as their own, and now it's fluid. Instruction to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, whenever the masculine gender has been used in these instructions, you may infer the feminine or the neutral gender. Now it's supposed to be 156, 60, 70, 2,000 flavors or whatever. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane, man. Our people,
They
man.
take words and they try to co-opt them. Now their slur words for us is norms and breeders. Oh my God, they're breeders. And see what they're trying to do with these trannies, these drag queens reading to these kids, is fixate this as an appropriate image so this kid for the rest of his life will have this charade, this burlesque of a woman in his mind. It's propaganda.
But my thing is this: why are black women so easily gullible in leading our people to the slaughter? I ain't talking about all black women, because you know how black people,
not all, but too many. They want something.
Yeah.
See, people want a cause or want something to deal with. Most white women focus on the interest of the man they're with. Black women won't do that. In fact, they get raised, and the black culture is about the dynamic of the conflict between black men and black women. Amos and Andy had Sapphire. You look at the old sitcom thing, and they had black actors, but it started off as in the 1920s as a radio show, and they had white folk playing the black parts, and they even recognized the sapphire imagery. So that, by the way, is where that term came from. Sapphire. It's out of Amos and Andy.
So Joe, you just dropping a lot of game today, man. I hope people pick it up, you know what I'm saying, and use it, you know, the knowledge that you're dropping us, and you know, because it's hard.
There's a thing that we lose track of here in America. We're so anxious to be black and get pride in it. We don't understand what it is to act human. Now, you go to Asia, you go to South America, you go to Africa, you go to Europe. Did I say Asia? Australia. You find men and women and the family having a very similar interaction within itself. Women tend to act very similarly toward their men, but that breaks down when you get to the African American / black situation. Because we had a break in the culture. And that's like one of the bad problems about emasculation, is that masculinity came about as part of the fact that at one point we were animals. We evolved to become very sentient and smart animals, but we still had this thing that came from what it meant to be an alpha primate. We still had this thing that was with us until about 25 years ago, 20 years ago, when you had everybody in the village knew everybody, and there were these things about people sacrificed for each other's mutual benefit because descendants would get benefit of it. It's called altruism, willing to sacrifice for the good of the many. And these clowns are trying to dismantle that. And once you take it apart, it's like black culture. It's very hard to put back together again. You have to use intellect, but most people don't spend their intellect studying they spend their time wasting their intellect on music, basketball, football, baseball, whatever in the hell it is that's the circus of the moment, or watching reality TV, or watching Empire, or watching Pose, or watching Housewives, or all this stupid shit.
Yeah, I mean, so like we just Rome is burning.
It's a good way of putting it.
Oh my God!
And guess who burns first?
The people at the bottom, I guess, closest to the bottom of the pot.
Yeah, they insulate the people at the top.
Oh my God! But Judge,
all that char down there.
Yeah, I gotta ask you this because I know you ever met DMX? Because y'all know you have met a lot of people over your lifetime, and the rapper DMX. Have you ever had any run-ins with him?
I can't say that I do. I've met a lot of them, but I don't even remember their names.
They be rapping you. You be in people rap songs. Like no Memphis Man had a song with Redman. They shot you out back in the day. Like you just part of the culture now.
So yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about. Thank you for the shout out.
Yeah, with Memphis Man. But the DMX situation, like, what's your take on it? Like, what happened, or should we care about what happened and the situation?
Somebody tell me what they perceive to be important about the situation, other than just some human being is in a situation.
Well, he passed away on Friday, or they let him go. I mean, yeah,
I know, but I'm just saying, other than, how about
a real Dana in the house? So she's in.
4 people I know have lost relatives. Why should I be more concerned about one than the other?
Because he touched so many lives. Like, he had a large platform, and people have been inspired.
Yeah, well, large platform. You know who Reverend Ike Holder was?
To Reverend Ike with the prayer cloth, Reverend Ike.
Yeah, the biggest pimp going in America.
My grandma loved Reverend Ike. We cleaned out her room. She had all these prayer cloths from Reverend Ike, these red prayer cloths.
Yeah, and how badly did your grandmother get pimped?
I don't know, but she had a problem. I mean, she never ran out of money. It seems like she was always giving people money and never worried about it
but
back.
So he was pimping her.
I mean, I guess she believed. But is religion all about pimping then? Are all religions?
No, it's not. But I can't understand why somebody who's interested in saving somebody's soul isn't walking around in sackcloth and their old discarded clothes if he wants to be so holy.
Well, I told you, like, my friend that just died in Kansas City, he was like he was a Buddhist, and he like had a monk-like existence, poor as a church mouse, but he did so much good for the people. He was able to get a seat at the table with senators. U.S. senators, they listened to him for wise counsel. But I mean, he's not known though. I mean, he died poor.
Well, that's all right.
But he had a powerful spirit about him.
He didn't pimp.
Okay.
See, I would be a lot richer man today if I hadn't taken so many freebie cases just because it was the right thing to do.
Right. And also, if you were so outspoken and the stuff you did with the James Earl Ray situation, that's being who you are. You refuse to compromise who you are. So you pay a price for that too, Judge. Even though you are moving in the right circles, like you see that the dinner tables of billionaires, hell.
Yeah, but the point is, I was a rich man at the time myself. Ex-wife took care of a lot of that, but cheaper to keep her, but she didn't want to be kept.
Well, can't keep a woman that don't want to be kept.
Shit happens.
Yeah.
But I'm moving on. I'm running for mayor in Memphis in 2023. So
it seems like it's far away. Hey,
I haven't been through yet with what I got to do on earth.
Well, Judge, it seems like it's a far away.
Out, so we get a black Mecca.
Yeah, it seems like it's a far away 2023, but it's right around the corner. We almost out of 2021.
Yeah, but we need some place that normal black folk can get their thing in, and for that matter, normal white folk too. All right, without all this insanity.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Judge, I guess we cut it. I don't know, we cut it, but I gotta ask you, because people never ask you, because you always been consistent. Like, there's some people that's mad at you about Michael Jackson. That's your opinion. I don't have no problem with you.
Fuck Michael Jackson.
Okay, and also you don't care for Sam Cooke. You don't like his music.
I mean, I didn't dislike it, but it wasn't something, like I didn't have a whole music collection and put it on. Let my music, all blah, blah, blah. I like to focus. To me, there's music going around. There's birds, there's animals out there, there's stuff going on in the house, people you can hear outside, sounds, what's that coming over, what's going on in the world. So I don't want to be distracted from the world because it destroys my situational awareness.
Mm-hmm.
And I might miss something.
Well, you could dance. I saw you cut some dance moves on a video.
Oh,
I mean,
I
you
can
got
dance.
moves. Yeah.
I'd listen to it, but I didn't get into it. I just deal with the rhythm. Dance. I still like to dance. But, I'm getting turned off to it because they're always showing black folk dancing when you ought to be serious.
Even when it's time
dancing
to vote or protest.
Dancing because, dancing for that.
I want to show a real dance. A shout out to Jersey Red. DMX was the voice of young black boys and girls who grew up in horrible conditions, and he gave black people hope to overcome hardship. He had an impeccable work ethic.
Good for him.
He was very inspirational. He was. I ain't gonna lie, Judge. He was one of my favorite rappers, but he was very inspirational. But even while he was hurting, he was healing people. Because I read a comment on a video that stood after he died. Somebody said that they were cured of their phobia of dogs because of DMX. Like listening to DMX and seeing him being comfortable around pit bulls and stuff, it conquered his fear of dogs. So I said, wow, okay, this dude said. But a lot of people got stories like that, Joe. I mean, he was very spiritual.
I know they do. What my point is that I know so many people that nobody's ever heard of that are that kind of people. And out of respect, I don't like to pick out the celebrity reflections. I like to deal with real people. My brother Cliff Stewart on Black Belt magazine said he was the most dangerous human alive in North America, but he had a PhD, a master's degree, was a college professor. He was a licensed chiropractor specializing in California and specializing in acupuncture, which is a dangerous damn thing for a martial artist to know about. But the man got 2 degrees at the same time, one from UCLA and one from Cal State LA. I mean, I appreciate people who do stuff, but I mean, let's respect all of them rather than anybody coming up. All right. One of the persons that did a lot in California in 1960 that nobody knows about, I won't mention his name, but he's dead. He got shot to death, but he brought that on himself. He was a professor at Cal State LA. He was also a hitman for the mob. And a lot of times when there were difficulties that we had trying to get things done in the movement in the 60s, they moved because this professor paid somebody a visit. Now, I tell an interesting story. I was going to Vegas. A friend of mine, a frat brother of mine, who was a football player. He could sing, big King Kong brother, And he was in the hair production. So he invited several of us to come up there and spend a week with him at his expense. The show was going to. So I'm going to LAX, and that's Los Angeles Airport. And in those days, they didn't have x-ray machines. They didn't have all of this security. You just went directly to the gate with your briefcase, paid $16.50 every half hour. They had a flight from LA to Vegas on PSA. Or if you bought a round trip ticket, you'd use it whenever you wanted. It was $32 round trip. So I run into the professor. We discovered we were both going to Vegas. He had his briefcase, heavy briefcase, very heavy briefcase, and we were getting ready to go to the airport, to the gate. And he got called, Professor so-and-so, please report to the PSA ticket counter. We go. I was distracted by a fine thing walking by in a little micro mini skirt. But I saw out of the corner of my eye the professor got snatched over this counter, PSA
Mhm.
ticket. I was like, what? Right then, white boy grabbed me on this side, white boy grabs FBI, come with us, Joe Brown. I said, damn, you know my name. So we went in the back in the room. They said, you son of a bitch, you are not going to see your buddy Bob Cole. That was his name.
Uh-huh.
So what? We know where you're going. And you, goddamn it, you keep your ass the hell out of Vegas for the next month. You are not going to take our witness out. And you tell your bosses we're on to that shit. So he said, well, my briefcase, he said, we seized this. And he opened it. He said, He said, now you can claim it if you want it. He had an M3 45 caliber submachine gun in there with 5 loaded magazines.
Wow. That's
He
crazy.
was going to assassinate this guy. That was his job. But he would do those same kind of things where so-and-so who was so obstinate disappeared or took a sabbatical, 2 weeks into the semester to go to Israel for 2 years, this kind of shit. It's like, man, did you go pay somebody a visit? Yes, I did. I said, Professor, my work, you ought to write a separate dissertation on how this is done. See, we used to roll like that. I remember we were doing some things and we decided to stop in this bar. This has been 30 years ago in Long Beach. Had ice cold beer. So we're sitting there in the bar, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this dude walks in with a trench coat on, light trench coat. Another dude walks in with a sport coat on, stingy brim. And he said, let's make up a list. Earl here? I said, no. So you expect him in? He usually comes in. Yeah, we know. He took a couple of $100 bills, put them on the counter, said, everybody's drinks on me, but ain't nobody leaving this place. And the dude whipped this submachine gun, another M3 out, put it on the counter. Said, ain't nobody moving till Earl get here. So I had my 45. Homeboy had a 357, and the other one had a 45 too. So we're sitting there going, all right, we're going to have to take somebody's ass out. But no.
Mm-hmm.
Earl came in and he was with 2 other dudes. He said, you 2 can leave. We just want Earl. One dude said, I'm the fuck out of here. And the other one said, I ain't leaving, my friends. So the guy that had on the sport coat, he said, take him too. Dude said, yeah. Broom, 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 broom. And the guy took his pistol, went over and boom, boom, shot him each twice in the head. He said, now nobody leave here for at least 10, 15 minutes. Ain't nobody seen shit, or we will visit you. So, of course, we got up and left right after they did, but I imagine nobody saw a damn thing, but that's the way shit used to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So, Professor used to move in those circles.
And that's morally like cool, right? Because that's their code, right? That's the code. That's the world they live by.
But see, what I'm saying is when I tell people, when you start doing what you think you're doing, trying to get some results, you better be able to deal with delivering consequences. So Professor was the consequence. All right, you keep fucking around and you keep trying to say we ain't getting this. All right, we'll see you 2 weeks from now. 2 weeks from, well, yes, I have reconsidered this, and yes, I think that's a very reasonable request. We do need to get some blacks in the econ department. I thought you'd say that way. Prof, you deal with this? Meeting for a beer. Yeah, man, we had to have a meeting,
Yeah, I already asked him about Kid Cudi. This show almost 4 hours long. People like, y'all got to catch it. And
yeah, well, I feel bad that the brother died, but I feel all these other people who have died. It's so we gotta,
No, the Kid Cudi was a guy that wore the dress. Like you talking about DMX now, right? The rapper who just passed away. I just want to post the stuff that people are saying.
Well, you know, I don't feel bad. Ain't nobody giving me shit where the love. You know, everybody hates my ass, but you know, I keep on pushing. You can't base what you do based on somebody getting love. Love's overrated. The history books don't remember shit about love. They remember what you did.
And love didn't help Dr. King on April 4th, 1968 either.
Not one goddamn bit. Malcolm
21st,
either.
Right. Omega Evers, June 12th, 1963. Love didn't help nobody that day or that night.
No.
You know?
See, when history passes, we all know who Julius Caesar is. Hell, I looked at the calendar. What's today's date? Julius Caesar invented this calendar we still use. It's called the Julian calendar. He got July named after him. But the bottom line is nobody really gets too much into the fact that he got assassinated. E tu Brute, you know, tu Brutus. You were supposed to be my adopted nephew. You know, so what the hell? But I feel for brothers who died, but you have to understand, I'm a hard motherfucker. I've signed death warrants setting the date of execution on folk that juries have sentenced to die. I don't know how many people I've known who've been murdered, jacked up, ripped up, killed. I think by the time I was 14, I'd seen about 10 or 12 folk killed within, the width of across a narrow street, residential street. And I don't know how many I have seen killed since then. All the people everybody's upset about getting killed by police. Hell, that used to be the number of people that I had talked to within a month or so that got killed in one 6-month period out in L.A. Yeah, they tried to kill me. I've been in shootouts in my house. Wow. I told you about that. But I'm just saying, you know, respect to the brother. I just didn't know him.
It's got it. My thing is, it hit different for me with DMX passing because he is one of my favorite rappers, and it's a part of my young adulthood in college listening to DMX. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind and all that stuff at dances. But
is that who that was? Yeah, well, I know that. You all gonna make me lose my mind. Yeah,
right. Yeah, but here's the thing though. He died at 50, and I feel like it's not like when Tupac died almost 25 years ago this year at 25, or Aaliyah died in her early 20s almost 20 years ago this year. It's like he had lived twice the age of Tupac when he died. So whatever he's going to achieve, I guess he did it. But he left a lot of kids behind. He had 17 children, from my understanding, if not more than that. So, I mean, he got a living legacy, right? We'll be interested to see how they develop. And also, from my understanding, Jay-Z and Beyonce are in the process of buying his masters to give to his children, allegedly, for generational wealth, I guess. I don't know. I couldn't imagine DMX. Nice. I could never imagine him in his 80s. I mean,
let me put it this way.
Yeah.
We need some other kind of heroes.
Right.
You know, Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, Putin even, Mao Zedong, Ho Chi Minh, Fidel Castro, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, Frederick Douglass, but still the problem with black folk is we still haven't succeeded at what we are supposed to be doing. So there are no real black successes to listen to. So that's why we make such a big deal out of the celebrity bit.
And not only that, also the victims too, like George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. No disrespect to the dead, but they weren't freedom fighters. I'm just saying they were victims. Like what Biggie said, you nobody till somebody kills you. They just know them because how they died, not how.
Yeah. And the other thing is, see, we need some successful heroes. And Shaka Zulu, Tetsuwelu, and Isandlwana, he was the Zulu king when the Zulus slaughtered 5,600 of Europe's best soldiers, the English that were out there. They slaughtered them and let 15 of them go so they could tell the story. And they signed a peace treaty. See, that's why there was such problem with them in the ANC before the old South African government fell, they said, we're not going to deal with our former slaves being in charge. We conquered them, whipped their ass, and enslaved them too. By the way, I had quite a few hours worth of conversation with the next king of the Zulu. He was a young man attending UCLA working on his doctorate degree, and his brother was at USC working on his. And Daddy was going to abdicate, if I'm not mistaken, when they both got their doctorate degrees and had submitted their thesis.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he's a direct descendant of Zulu, Mr. Zulu, Shaka. And you know, what African country is recognized internationally? It goes Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, etc. And it's winds up Whiskey, X-Ray, Yankee, Zulu.
Mm.
See, so when are we going to get something where we can celebrate us?
But Judge, I want to say respect to you for knowing your family roots and history, like the fact you could stand on that, and that's how you could walk in the world with that confidence, with your back straight, shoulders and heads up. You could face down the world and achieve something because you know what your descendants or your ancestors did before you, and you know your family story well. And a lot of us don't know our stories, even though we could learn these stories, but we don't take the time to research our roots.
Well, we're too busy talking about Jesus rather than reality. Something that struck me, I grew up in California, but I've been back here a long time, almost 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that got me is I got here and I'd want to talk to some of the brothers I thought were doing something, and I wasn't getting any information. All I said, I got blessed the Lord, bless Jesus. I said, man, you said that 18 times in one damn hour. What the hell did you do? Right. Well, the Lord, I don't want to hear that shit. Tell me what you did. Now, I mean, I'm not trying to disrespect the thing, but the problem is hello, Miss Dana, with your pretty self. Anyway,
Red.
I want to hear how you did it. I don't want to hear you got blessed. But you know what's weird about us? If you study, you find that black people sound like white folk did in the Middle Ages. Like we're 500 years behind.
Mm-hmm. Mm. I said, Judge, you out no joke. I'm watching from now on. DMX was victim, I guess, because his mother left him in the home. That he was a victim of his mother's boyfriends abusing him. I don't know if it was sexual or whatever, but he went through a lot of stuff. That's why it's amazing that he was able to achieve what he achieved, even through all that dysfunction. And he was able to help.
Here's the thing: too many people, celebrities, white and black, get into what they're doing because they are obsessed with it. I got better thing. I didn't apply. They recruited me. All right. Now, here's the problem. A lot of these celebrities have a lot of pain in their background. And they get into the fantasy of make-believe, if it's acting, to escape from that. So they become the characters, and they have this fantasy alt world besides the one that treated them nasty growing up. Or they get into their music because they can concentrate on their art and their talent and not have to think about all this other stuff. They obsess over and over so they don't have to think about what got done to them. And this obsession does have a consequence. It's you get good at it. You get good at it. You keep doing stuff.
That's right.
My friend Cliff Stewart did, before he died, Black Belt Magazine was the most dangerous human alive in America, North America. He was real life James Bond. I mean, he did some serious shit. But the point is that he was jumped on when he was just starting junior high school. He decided he wasn't going to get jumped on. So he obsessed with that. And meanwhile, he grew. So he got 6'4" and 280 pounds worth of muscle who could bench press without sweating. I saw him bench 400 goddamn pounds one time. That's the most I've ever seen anybody do. And man, that brother was tremendous. But you see, He would work that, write books. He was Muhammad Ali's personal bodyguard.
Wow.
He was Mr. T's personal bodyguard. When Larry Flint got shot, he became Mr. T's bodyguard. He was Joan Collins' bodyguard. You know, you name it. He was Wesley Snipes' mentor and bodyguard. By the way, Wesley doesn't need anybody to do his special effects. He actually can fight like that. He's a master. He taught me starting 55 years ago, and I taught
Wow.
him to shoot. Oh
Oh,
man,
very
took me to
exciting.
start teaching me to shoot when I was 6 years old. So I've been doing that a long time. I can do that John Wick shit. But I mean, that's because I've shot, God, hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammo. Used to load it. Me and some homies, we had a factory. We'd shoot up 1,000 rounds every weekend, 50 weekends a year for 3 years running. We got pretty good at it, and I kept it up for a long time, but you know, still do it. Got reloading equipment, but can't find any primers and bullets to load. I can cast bullets, but I got to have primers. Can't find them. Ammo shortages, reality. I think there's a trick in that, but here's what it is. When you do things, you can get good at it. So I used to sit up and for 3 hours in a row, I'd practice drawing.
You could. I know you was an
Damn,
artist, Judge.
damn,
Oh,
damn,
artist with the gun.
damn. And I can paint too. When I was in June. No, I
Okay.
won some. You talked about art. I
Yeah.
won some of these national scholastic awards for art.
Wow.
I mean, the stuff they picked was the shit I thought was the worst I'd done. But you know,
You
they
just a
picked
renaissance
several.
man. You so many talent. You got so many
I can
abilities.
paint, I can draw, but you know, some other things I can do too. I can sculpt.
Yeah.
Uh,
You an interesting dude, Judge. You
I
like the
sculpt
hard ass, but you
dinosaurs from
just
scratch, you
control.
know, using polyester and epoxy resin and clay and stuff. You know, I can do that, but here's what it is. But there's other stuff too.
Okay.
I can do gunsmithing, you know, I can do engineering and build
So
stuff,
you could create
repair
your own.
stuff.
You
I
create
don't
your
have
own
war.
guns too, Judge. You say you create your own guns.
Well, I'm not saying anything about that considering the Biden madness, but let's just put it the way I can gunsmith. I know how to do that.
That's impressive.
Got
Wow.
a drill press and stuff and all that. So
Wow.
got to put it back together, but I can do some things. But, you know,
You know how to
that's
flip
just,
sharks too. You can flip
but
sharks.
see, when I was in school, we had this thing of the colored need to be able to work with their hands. So when I went to John Muir Junior High, I had to take gardening. I got the best radish crop in the class, and I can still grow shit now. Don't want to because I ain't a farmer. I ain't getting up to milk any goddamn cows, slop any damn hogs, and feed any damn chickens. I
Mm.
do late hour stuff. I can cast aluminum and iron and know how to make sand molds and all that. Use grinders and drill presses and milling machines because the colored need to learn how to do this. I can work wood, do cabinet making and all that because the colored need to be able to work with their hands. See, I can do electrical stuff, leather stuff because colored's supposed to work with their hands. I didn't want to work with my hands, but they made damn sure I learned how to
Well, Jesus was
because,
a carpenter, Judge. Jesus was a
well,
carpenter.
yeah, but then too, I didn't feel too bad because in Africa, Egypt, Middle East, and antiquity, if you were the chieftain, the pharaoh, or the potentate, you also had to have a trade. My great grandfather was a cobbler. He knew how to work with leather. I'm still pretty good at that.
Wow.
I stitch myself up when I get cut because I can use a needle and thread. Got to take pliers to pull it through your skin.
You said cobbler as a tanner or cobbler?
Cobbler.
Okay.
Made
Okay.
shoes, leatherwork, saddles, and stuff like that.
Oh, that's amazing, man. Your folks are interesting. You come from an interesting background. And it makes sense though, because the
One of
man.
my great grandfathers decapitated his master
Wow.
and cut
That's
off both hands of the man's wife because she had laid hands on him. He ran off to Canada before the Civil War. Came back, he wouldn't deal with any slave woman, so he married a Choctaw Indian.
Wow.
And, you know, it runs in the family. Of course, I got an Irishman in there. He used to fuck this fancy hoe and a New Orleans brother who was my great grandmother, and he was my great grandfather. So, you know, that's where I get the high appeal. But the Irish, they like to fight
Yeah,
too.
cool.
So ain't
Were you
nothing
able to
wrong with
pass?
that.
Were you able to pass? I know you had an afro probably, but were you able to pass for a white man? You
No, I've never been able to pass. Hell, the way I carry myself, the way I'm built, hell.
But you so light skinned now though, still though. You had to be
Well, I
bright
faded.
back
I
then,
was
real
sick
bright.
for a while, so I don't get out in the sun and go hike for 10 miles at a time like
Uh-huh.
I used to, or get out and ride horses for 3 hours.
Okay. Well, I know I'm gonna wrap it up. I know we've been on this, we all held these marathon conversations, but I really enjoy them, and people learn so much about you and about different things, and you get people to think about stuff and do their research. But somebody, I know you went to school with Donald DeFreeze, Cinque from the Black Liberation Symbionese Army. I think that's what call himself. But do you guys
Look,
Jim
I
Jones
didn't
stories?
go to college with him. I went to John Muir Junior High School with him. I confess I used to feel guilty about how often we jumped his ass and took his lunch money.
So you responsible for him kidnapping Patty Hearst?
No, I just watched most of the time, you know. He was a punk.
Okay.
But Elville Younger, when he was Los Angeles DA,
Mm-hmm.
and then when he became California Attorney General, he and Ron Reagan used Ronald DeFreeze to kidnap Patty Hearst. I say that because another somebody I know graduated a year in front of me in law school, but we were friends. And he called me up when I had come to Tennessee. He said, "Look, you know who I saw?" I said, "Who?" "That punk ass Ronald DeFreeze. You remember when we went to John Muir with him?" I said, "Yeah, what the hell are you doing?" "He just came out of Elville Younger's office not 15 minutes ago." "Are you sure that was him?" I said, "Man, I think it was." So I got a call 2 weeks later. "Yeah, it was him. How you know?" "I just said, Ronald." And he looked up at me. I said, "Remember John Muir?" He said, "Oh, yeah, man, yeah."
That was some weird stuff.
And 2 weeks later, that's when Patty Hearst got kidnapped.
But was she really kidnapped? You think she really? Oh, she was. You know, she went
I
along.
think she got kidnapped, but she went through that Stockholm syndrome.
Okay. Now,
That's what.
Do you have any Jim Jones, Reverend Jim Jones stories? I mean, he was big in
No, I don't
California
know.
politics.
I don't have that sick motherfucker was up in
But a lot of
San
black
Francisco.
people, but a lot of black folks follow him though. I mean,
Yeah, they did.
Indiana, Clan State, Indiana.
We always had weak-minded folk, and I was in Los Angeles, so we had a saying: you went crazy in L.A. and then you went to the asylum up in the Bay Area. Then when you really got crazy, they sent you back down to the L.A. area to what do they call it? God. Where they used to have an insane asylum out there between LA and Ventura.
Did they send I think let me see. Camarillo, something like that?
Yeah. Camarillo.
Camarillo, is that the one you're talking about?
Camarillo.
They would have sent Charlie Parker through one time. They said him he got rehab. They sent Charlie Parker there one time. You did a song about it.
You have a crazy house there, but Ronald Reagan closed it down. Saint Ron the Reagan.
That guy was a character, man. I was like, Lord. He made Joe Biden like he's but Joe Biden make Ronald Reagan like he's sane.
Well, Ronald Reagan. Let me tell you about Ronald Reagan.
Okay.
To explain him. We picketed Ronald Reagan 3 times over 2 consecutive days.
Okay.
Al, have you seen my speech? I can't seem to find my speech. I guess I lost it. Well, I guess I'll have to wing it. My fellow citizens. And he did the same thing in each speech. He lost his speech. Al, I can't find it. He dropped his pencil, not a pen, pen, same place in each speech. He coughed the same in each speech. He stumbled the same place in each speech. And we looked at each other and said, man, this isn't a speechwriter here. Somebody's writing a goddamn script for this son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, be great actor.
Yeah.
You know, Death Valley Days, 100 Mule Team Borax and shit.
Oh my God. You are.
It's crazy. This dude was reading the script. Now, I met Ed Rollins, who was White House Chief of Staff for years under the Reagan administration. We were sitting there in the Little Nell, which is an upscale place in Aspen, Colorado. And we were drinking whiskey. And he said, you know what? I was White House Chief of Staff, but I swear I never met the president the whole time I was Chief of Staff. I said, what? He said, I met the individual identified as Ronald Reagan, but I never met the president because he was so brain dead senile. He was reading scripts. He said, I never figured out who was writing the scripts. I said, well, I told him that story I just told you about the speech. He started laughing. He said, that's about the fact of it.
Well, somebody
he
said
did better in Hollywood than the White House. Sure did.
Reagan closed it down, so we will put him in.
What George Hubert Walker Bush called it, voodoo economics.
Oh yeah,
that son of a bitch is still fucking the people up. When he dropped it, when his administration pushed to get the tax rate down for the big corporations, IBM, Boeing, North American Rockwell, General Dynamics, they actually paid less tax than the average middle-class person in terms of actual dollars. The government couldn't work on that, so his administration took advantage of the situation. Nixon, and only Nixon could have done this, had a rapprochement with the People's Republic of China in 1974. So the Reagan administration's thing was, we'll make the government work. We won't tell anybody. But starting in 1982, they started borrowing trillions of dollars of money from the Chinese. When the first 25-year payment became due in 2007, the United States not only could not pay on the principal, it couldn't even pay the interest. The solution was to borrow more money. And somebody puts up corporate welfare. That's exactly what it was, voodoo economics, because it was just an excuse to deal with a fraud. Nancy ran the country. She might have, but looked to me like she stayed too high on Valium all the time to run much of anything except run into a doorway. Da, 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 da.
You know, her godmother was a famous silent film actress who had some property in West Hollywood where they used to have orgies and stuff. Are you familiar with that?
Seemed like Nancy did too. I heard from a word from somebody I knew that was in the Secret Service. They never had a problem with Ronald running around with the boys or with the girls because they bring boys in for Nancy, and when they got through with Nancy, they deal with Ronnie.
So they wouldn't say no then, huh? I just
no, the boys would
just
deal with Ronnie and Nancy. Hollywood swingers.
And Joe, I guess I'm gonna wrap it up. What about this thing about the $15,000 for illegals so they can survive in America? They can make it in America because they have no other support, and we got $1,400 and we ain't getting no more.
That's a goddamn shame.
Okay.
Somebody out there elected the son of a bitch, or else somebody went along with Associated Press claiming there was no fraud, but damn it, there was fraud. You know, they got voting fraud in Shelby County. Like, you know,
it's very corrupt.
It's like it's in the air here.
And
what happened down in Mississippi? They indicted 5 folk on election fraud.
Right. But too little too late, right? The courts basically was in on the conspiracy to deny due process.
Well, I don't know if they went on conspiracy, but one of my observations about the appellate courts now is they've got too many people on there who never dealt with real world law. In other words, it's you here and a real client on the other side of your desk. and not somebody representing a corporate entity where all you're doing is paperwork and trying to come up with financial technology. So when you start dealing with people, when you started had a life where you had to make payments, make bills, go to work when you didn't feel like it,
Mm-hmm.
that gives you a different perspective, and there are too many that don't have that.
Do you remember the Just Say No Club in Lauderdale Court back in the 80s?
Yeah, I do.
That's so Memphis. But also, Judge, I got to get your take. I'm looking at this documentary called A Moment. Make sure I got it right, because they Moment of Truth is about Daniel Green, the guy who's in jail, in prison right now for allegedly killing Michael Jordan's father. He reached out to me back in 2016. I connected him with Dick Gregory back in the summer of 2016. Looking at the documentary is very disturbing, but the way that went down, because even Dick Gregory said that it was something off about that whole thing, how these boys were blamed for killing Michael Jordan dead in a county that was known for high levels of drug trafficking, where the sheriff Hubert Stone was a very well-known corrupt operator, good old boy, throwback sheriff from back in the day. Are you familiar with that case at all, those cases?
A little, but I just say this: there are some innocent people in jail.
Mm-hmm.
But to offset that, it's a balance, because this statistic has been similar for 50 years. 97+% of the people in the penitentiary pled guilty, and 84 to 87% confessed. Only a little more than 2% of the people that are in the penitentiaries got actually found guilty by a jury.
Wow. So basically, everybody.
And I know there are innocent people. I have
Mm-hmm.
dealt with some of them, let some of them out of jail too. But a whole lot of people that are proclaiming their innocence used to be those I told you I used to mess with sometimes, when they'd be going for bad and their posses in the courtroom, and during recess, I'm just standing in the door listening. Yeah, man, I'm down with posse, man. Blah, blah, blah. They trying to put a case on me, man. Okay. Counsel back. Yes. All right. Call the court back to order. You may remain seated. All right, counsel, are you ready for this motion for suppression motion? Yes, sir. State, you ready? Madam Court Reporter, you need a break or anything? All right, everyone, let's reconvene in court's chambers in 5 minutes for an in-camera review of the tape of this so-called confession that's subject to the motion to suppress. I get back there, we're looking at this tape, and this dude's crying.
Mm-hmm.
OG crying. Oh, my mama. Oh, my mama. Snot coming all out his nose. Giving him a handful of Kleenex. Oh, my mama. Well, sir, your mother can't be in here, but you do have a right to an attorney. May we suggest that you allow us to call an attorney over here? We can get one. I don't want no lawyer for my mama. Please, I tell you anything, you just let me talk to my mama. Sir, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you use, they read him his rights 6 or 7 times. It told him he needed a lawyer. This is the actual case. And he kept saying he wanted his mama and blowing snot all over the paperwork, which I said, that's why we have those funny stains on there, And he told on everybody. It wasn't just me. It was Stomp Dog and Earl and Little Sweet Man, and then do that everything. Oh man, yeah, you got it. Just let me talk with about. I'll tell you, man, what is wrong with your ass? Said to myself, so I'd get back out there. Well, the court has viewed the video, and by the court's count, the police advised the defendant 6 times of his rights. They told him 5 times that he needed a lawyer. Each time he said he didn't want to talk to a lawyer. He wanted to speak with his mother. And he was crying, and copious mucus was running out of his nostrils, and plenty of tears, and went through a considerable portion of a new box of tissues. And he kept protesting. He just wanted to speak to his mama. He'd tell him anything. And he said something about Stomp Dog and so-and-so and Earl, they did it with me. And please, I told y'all, let me talk to my mother. And I think we've had them identified over here as potential witnesses. So you can take them into custody. We'll have a bond hearing on this. Show the tentative charges as armed robbery, blah, 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 blah. Man, what you tell on it, man, blah, blah, blah.
Well, Judge, I'm gonna tell you something about the Daniel Green guy who's accused of killing Michael Jordan's father. It was him and his best friend, who was a Native American, Larry Demery. He tried to save his friend. He was a G, actually. When they was interrogating him, he was trying to cover for the Indian, but the Indian sold him out, and they put everything on the brother. But the brother was trying to protect his friend from going down.
Let me say something. I used to represent habitual criminals and major violators. I do my best to make sure they got justice. Well, not even justice, just got their due process. Because I was more interested in keeping the state honest, so they didn't develop bad habits than I was with whether somebody did it or not. That's what defense lawyers do.
Yeah.
And I'd say 9 out of 10. They weren't playing Robin Hood.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to tell on everybody. There's one that won't tell. He's real OG. But most of the other 9 out of that 10, they're going to tell.
This ain't made for it. But, you said, like...
I'm going to say something. The hardest kind of case, contrary to TV, to solve is a murder case.
Right.
And damn near 90% of the time, the murder is solved because somebody bragged to some woman who wound up with a drug case and told on him. And they still wouldn't have had much of a case on him if he hadn't confessed. So go to trial. Unless you're scared.
Don't be scared. But I'm going to just last question is they got to know, Judge. Brother Alpha, the first one, thank you. Is he walking? What's going to happen?
Yeah, he can walk. There's a possibility. I haven't seen the strongest prosecution case. I mean, it is what it is. I tell people all the time, don't go for what you hear in the media. See, Nancy Grace with her sleazy ass is why half the white population in America thinks OJ got away with murder, because she falsely reported it. Let's see what happens. The state hasn't finished their proof, and the defense is nowhere near putting theirs on. So the defense has been doing some very good cross-examination of the chief witnesses for the state to establish that there is a homicide. Maybe the jury will buy what the state has brought out. Maybe the jury won't. You have to convict somebody if you're doing your job beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And as a matter of fact, I wrote the Tennessee pattern instruction on reasonable doubt. And it says, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, even if you believe that the defendant committed the crime, that alone is not sufficient. You must have all reasonable doubt removed for you to find him guilty. In other words, if you have any intellectual reservation that there is any doubt, howsoever small, that is based on logic, rationality, reason, and human ability to perceive, then you must quit, etc., etc. I wrote it.
Wow.
Now, maybe people will get upset with the verdict, but make sure you know what's actually going on before you get out and get rowdy. Or then again, you may be thinking in terms of revolution, and this is a spark that you can put to some kind of use, assuming you know what to do with it. But I'm not suggesting that you do, because I am a retired judge and I wouldn't want to be suggesting that to anybody.
I heard that.
But another point we have here, that the defense is making a big deal of. Apparently, Floyd had, according to the proof in there right now, 3 times a lethal dose of fentanyl in his system. So they're relying on that.
But what they got to do anything when the cop stopped him from breathing? I don't care if he had advanced heart disease.
Yeah, but the point is that every witness the state is called told them what I told you about what you were looking at. That won't kill him. What kills him is either a respiratory complication, which they claim is by the drugs, or by the knees the other cop put in his back, where mechanically he could not breathe.
Okay.
So they should have charged all 4 of the cops with the murder, but they only charged 1. So that was a tactical error if you're trying to beat a prosecution. So that means you're going to have to prove that this guy was the sole cause of death. So this is what they're putting in there. 1, every one of the witnesses that the prosecution is called on cross-examination is conceded that when you have an unruly crowd, then the ambulance is told for their own safety to delay response, to hover. The officers are told to delay CPR response and to back off. The description when the witnesses called by the state have been cross-examined and looked at the crowd, they're testifying that what they saw was justification for what was done. And the other thing, they showed multiple camera angles that have not been on media. And the multiple camera angles do not show the knee on the neck. They show it on the back of the shoulders. So there is that. So I always tell people, you never know what's going on. And to a great extent, you have juries that act as they do. 3 times out of 5 they're good. 1 time out of 5 they're different, and 1 time they're just flat out blockhead stupid. But it's usually better than just relying on a single judge, because so many judges are blockhead stupid.
But basically, there was a conspiracy, but they ain't been charged. They didn't give them all. They conspired with Derek Chauvin to snuff this man out, the other police, but they have not been charged. Why? I mean, these people went to law school for crime. I mean, like, why?
Well, point of it is, see, this is something I'm not excusing it. Because sometimes you just get stuck with what the bed you made. It's like when shit gets the adrenaline flowing, when it gets tense, some people don't think clearly. Some people think clearer than they ever do when the adrenaline flows. Some don't. Some people aren't all that brave. Some are. Some people just say, fuck this. This is just a goddamn job. I want to fuck my wife tonight.
Right. Get out of jury.
I ain't dying for this bullshit. Fuck this motherfucker. He can die. I ain't dying for this bullshit. I don't even know this motherfucker. That's the way they think.
Yeah.
So you got to take that into consideration. See, it's like you go day in, day out, but somebody comes in to rob the gas station, somebody comes in to rob the liquor store, somebody comes in to rob the grocery store. You happen to work there. Are you going to get into heroics? Yeah, but it's a cop. Yeah, but most cops ain't signing up to actually get in a shootout. Some want to get in there.
Right.
But they're going to be the scariest person on the block, and they'll shoot first. So you have to deal with the fact that you've got human nature. And you've got a jury. And quite frankly, the prosecutor may win this case, but he's not doing the best job I've ever seen, because he's just leaving it halfway done. He's leaving a lot of stones unturned. And the thing of it is he's not taking the opportunity up front to diffuse what could come out that's negative, that's going to come from the mouth of his own witness or mouths of his own witnesses. That's a good tactic. And a couple of times in there, he asked questions he didn't know the answer to, which is, don't do that. because you are supposed to have been smart enough when you interviewed your witnesses to figure out what the hell's going on and ask a whole bunch of questions so you knew the answer. So don't ask a question if you don't know the answer. And he got caught out a few times. So let's see what the jury says about it. We don't know. They may even engage in jury nullification if they like cops. They may be a law and order jury. I've had cases I tried as a defense lawyer. I mean, I remember one, I threw the evidence up as high as I could in the courtroom, said if God wanted it, he'd keep it because otherwise it ain't worth a damn thing. Some old lady stood up and yelling, hallelujah, sound, calm down, sister, there's more to come. She sat down, she hung the jury up. We got a new trial. And when we went to trial this time, I even let a woman stay on the trial whose son was a U.S. attorney. They acquitted the man. So the first jury was lousy, but it was what it was. They were asking for the death penalty for a 16-year-old. They could back then. So you never know. I was the judge, and in these days, we couldn't act as 13 jurors. I thought no case at all. So I let the lawyers and the prosecution talk to the jury afterwards. I went out there with the robe on. I said, look, the lawyer said, don't you think that was reasonable doubt? Jury foreman said, oh, yeah, that was plenty of reasonable doubt, but we felt that was just a mere technicality. The police wouldn't have arrested him if he hadn't done it.
That's crazy.
Like, you didn't hear the jury instruction about reasonable doubt? So what I did after that is I started pre-charging the jury as to what everything was and giving them a long explanation with examples like you're getting here as to what this stuff was supposed to be about, why there's reasonable doubt and all this other stuff. In the background behind it, I'd make it funny so they'd laugh. So they got entertained, and then I'd let the jury be selected, and then I'd go on to them again and recharge them later in the trial. Make sure we didn't have any, oh, there was reasonable doubt. We thought that was a real, mere technicality. They wouldn't have arrested them if they weren't guilty. We figured these smart defense lawyers kept us from hearing what really happened.
Judge, the way the cookie crumbles. I got a text message from my sister. She said the head of New York City's Black Lives Matter chapter calls for an investigation of organization's co-founder after she spent $3 million on 4 homes. These folks are despicable. They don't even try to hide their greed. I mean,
I told
really.
you, black lesbian mania. The bitches is bold.
That's crazy.
Bitches is bold. Yeah, it just rolled out on my screen over here, something about that.
I mean, our people,
it's cold.
man.
And they just pimp these folk who got all riled up and tried. See, this just has the effect of chilling black folk from actually doing some man shit with that, man. They've been lying about this. Why am I supposed to believe them?
Well, Judge, I want to thank you so much. I mean, this has been a marathon as usual, but very enjoyable ride. I know you could probably go on and on. You got amazing energy, stamina, just resourceful, brilliant mind, power, recall. Just, you are a great storyteller and a practitioner of what you preach. So what's the great way for folks to get in touch with you if you want to, hear from them?
You can get me on Twitter, and I do not have a blue check, at Judge Joe Brown TV. And you can find me on Parler, where I do have a red P, at Judge Joe Brown. And on Fridays, if you don't mind me saying it,
go ahead.
I have my own show. You can get me by calling in, and we do Spotify and what is it? Syndicated around the world. And let's see, also, I guess we're on something Valerie Denise Jones was just telling me we got on. But the call-in number is put a 1 in front of it, 929-477-1167. 929-477-1167. And thank you for coming on last Friday.
Oh, yeah, it's cool. But I was trying to be behind the scenes, Judge, but I always enjoy listening to you all. And also, y'all want to call into that number, and the show starts at 4 p.m. Eastern time. It's a 2-hour show. but they go into overtime. So when you call in, you can actually listen to the show in overtime. So you might get 2 hours of bonus shows with the Judge
But
Joe
if you
Brown
don't
show.
call in before that second hour is, you can't get through. So
Exactly.
if you call in before and you're on, you can stay on.
And shout out to Sister Valerie Denise Jones. She's doing an incredible job over there in big media. But yeah, support Judge. Judge, you are definitely somebody who gives back to the people. You are feeding the people, and you are giving people encouragement and hope to just stand on something, to man up, woman up, and just stand for something.
Yeah. Don't be afraid. And a lot of shit needs to be done and some ass needs to be kicked. But don't fall for bullshit. That's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to, I went through this back in the 60s. I'm just trying to point you away from the bullshit to get to the real.
Mm-hmm.
Keep on, keep doing it. Power to the people, right on, all this other stuff. Be righteous. Don't hate. Be dedicated, be focused, and prepare. Don't nothing come easy. Anyway, brother, I'm out of here. Let me go before you get me to talking some more.
You can go all night, man. I know you go. I feel sorry for your women, man. You go all.
No, I focus on other stuff the way I focus on this. All right, yeah. Not as good as I used to be, but sometimes I'm better than I ever was.
That's better than a lot of people. That's better than most, actually, probably.
I'm out of here. Let's see. How do I
God
get
bless,
out of here?
Judge. Thank you so much. And
You're
thank
welcome,
y'all.
sir.
It's an honor. And I want to thank the moderators and all the people who donated. I mean, I just couldn't get no more of those. No, I grow my beard back. So it would have ruined the conversation that we had in the chat room and also on here. It was just so distracting. I tried to play, hey, freedom of speech, but I think it was a bot or something. It was weird. So I want to thank my moderators for stepping up and keeping the energy high.
There you go. Now I'm out of here.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you so much. And thank you, family, for being very patient on We All Be. I don't know. I guess every time the judge come on now, it's going to be a 4-hour plus show. I don't know. We could have actually went on more and more. I was thoroughly enjoying the show. I mean, I could have had my pillow back here. I just could have just muted myself and went to sleep or something. But thank y'all, especially to the moderators. I recruited y'all. I appreciate y'all stepping up. I had no idea. Sorry that y'all had to stay so long. Y'all can always check in and out, whatever. I appreciate the love. But thank y'all so much. Very important conversation. Let me read a disclaimer, though. Judge, I don't know if this disclaimers do any good, but I just like to read them, to cover myself. But I think free speech is very important, freedom of expression, but don't abuse your power. I think, there's a tipping point for everything. So thank y'all for being patient, because I never know how long these shows go. I don't mind going that extra mile for the people, man, especially folks. I really appreciate the outpouring of love. A lot of people that have been donating to donations and also been sending words of encouragement through email. I've been reading people emails. I will respond, text messages. Thank y'all for keeping me connected to you all, because y'all actually keep me going and doing these things. Because sometimes I'm like, what the hell? But every time I get somebody to write me or text me or send a donation, y'all don't know how much that helps with the movement. Like I said, April, this is the 15th anniversary of We All Be existing. So this is y'all baby too. So this disclaimer: the views expressed by hosts and guests on the We All Be TV platform are not the official views, opinions, beliefs, or perspectives of We All Be News or the We All Be Group Incorporated. We All Be News is an organization that thoroughly believes in supplementing the information narrative that is usually supplied by the corporate news entities with those viewpoints and expressions which may be marginalized or ignored for a plethora of reasons. We are about informing the general public on alternative perspectives as it relates to news and information, and letting the general public be the ultimate judge in deciding on how to use said information. Informed citizens are responsible citizens. Thank you for your support, and thank y'all once again. I really enjoyed this time. I think it was time well spent, and y'all got a lot to listen to if you're gonna listen to it back in the replays. Like, people was asking me questions. We actually covered some of the things that some of y'all was asking in the chat room in the first hour. So I think that was very fun. So we covered a lot of ground. So thank y'all so much for y'all patience. And once again, shout out to the donators, and especially the moderators. I appreciate y'all. Y'all don't know. y'all really was a lifesaver, because I couldn't imagine just dealing with the repetitiveness of that BS. Just I'm trying to, look at people's input, but the hell that it was very much a distraction. And I held out as long as I could, but enough is enough. Thank y'all so much. And y'all take care of yourselves. Enjoy the rest of y'all Sunday. And look for me in the whirlwind, and I'll look for y'all in the whirlwind, And in the words of the great Duke Ellington, we love you madly. Y'all keep on producing and pushing. One love. See y'all when I see y'all. Look for me in the whirlwind.